Hello? Hello, hello? I'm here! I'm here and I'm on time! I'm actually like a few minutes early. We're gonna go over to the game screen. Also, hello, Mary. Hello, Doctor. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much! Hold on, I'm doing stuff. So, hold on. This music's really loud. Okay, so, for those that may be curious on why I'm playing this today, of all games, this was voted, for the visual novel, of the goal that we hit for charity. We're gonna go over to the game screen. Hi! Hi! So this game was chosen by the Discord, to play. It won. It beat NSFW of visual novels. So, yay. I've had this game for a long time, and I never got around to play it because I just haven't. I just haven't played it, but I've owned it. This is the entire trilogy. We'll see how far we go. Chat, you guys are gonna help me decide. And, yeah. What a super magical girl. No, it's not me. It's not me. Also, if you do ! Twitter, you'll see I put out a little 3D teaser for you guys. So, eat that up. But, yeah, let's get into my law arc. And, I am using controller. It's so loud. I'm gonna have to... Open that, okay. I hope that's loud enough. I hope it's not too overpowering. Ah, there we go. Okay. This is actually not full screen. This is literally the size of the actual screen. Oh. I don't know if I like that more, I'm gonna be honest. I'll fuck with that, I'll fuck with that. There we go. Okay. I'm also using controller because, if given the opportunity, I will do it. That's small. It is small. Yeah. Okay. New game. Trials and Tribulations. Justice for All. I assume Ace Attorney is the first one? Right? Am I correct on this assumption? I'm gonna Google it. Which... That's all caps. Which... Ace Attorney is? Okay. Play this game. The first turnabout. Yes. Okay, okay. Oh, I got an achievement. First steps. Oh no. Damn it. Why me? I can't get oh, my controller vibrated. Not like this. I've got to find someone to pin the uh-oh. Why is it so fast? Someone like him. I'll make it look like he did it. I thought he was gonna say an accident. August 3, 9:47 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Thank you for the hand helmet. Where's hand? I can't find it. I lost it. There it is. I found it. Okay. Here we go. Oh. Boy, am I nervous. Oh, I'm in jail. Oh, that's the wrong one. It's fine. Oh, the chief, I see. I am very normal. I'm so normal. Hi, hey. Hi. Oh, yeah. Of course. Phoenix, I'm impressed. I'm always in jail. What do you mean? One takes on a murder trial right off the bat like this. It's a murder. Anyways. And the client as well? Thanks. Pretty women. Actually, it's because I owe him a favor. Yeah, I'm gay. Oh, man. Yes! Actually, I kind of owe my current job to him. He's the reason I became an attorney. I want to help him out any way I can. I just really want to help him. I owe him that much. Oh. It's over. My life, everything, it's all over. No, I've never met him before in my life. Oh, yeah, it is. Death, despair. Whoa. Oh, I'm not reading that. I don't know why you'd say that. Oh my god. Oh my god, this fucking guy. Dude, I'm so guilty. Alright. Alright. Tell them I'm guilty? That's not how this is supposed to work. Buddy, we gotta talk. We gotta talk. You can't be doing this, man. Are you? Okay. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. Person responsible for your girlfriend's death. That's the thing we saw in the beginning. This newspaper says it was you. My name is Grimy VT. Here's the story. And kids, this is how I met your mother. My first case is a fairly simple one. A young woman was killed in her apartment. The guy they arrested was the unlucky sap dating her. Larry Butt. My best friend since grade school. Our school had one saying, when something's... That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's some shit Fatty would say. In the 23 years I've... Hey, Phoenix and I are the same... 23? That's really young. What the fuck? I've known him. It's usually been true. Wait. Probably not kids. Ace mom. I'm not a mom. I'm Emmy. He has an knack for getting himself in trouble. Also, about my plant update, it's dead. Update. I have not checked on it. One thing I can say though, it's usually not his fault. He just has terrible luck. But I know better than anyone that he's a good guy at heart. That, and I owe him one, which is why I took the case to clear his name. And for that sweet, sweet cash, because I love money. And that's just what I'm going to do. Oh, true. August 3, 10 a.m. Sometimes I forget how old these games are. Like, these are some pretty old games. Court number 2. Court is now in session. Wait, hold up. I gotta look the part. Hold up. I'm ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Larry Butt. Now, prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Hold up. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I have to get into character. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Him, Mr. Wright. I mean, grant me. This is your first trial, is it not? Yes, Your Honor. I'm a little nervous. Your conduct during this trial will decide the fate of your client. The murder is a serious charge for your client's sake. I hope you can control your nerves. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Greg. Remy. Given the circumstances, I think we should test to ascertain your readiness. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, me too. The test will consist of a few simple questions. Answer them clearly and consistently. Instagram is saying it. Please state the name of the defendant in this case. The trial. So it'd be Larry. The defendant? Well, that's Larry Butts, Your Honor. Correct. Just keep your wits about you and you'll be fine. Next question. This is a murder trial. Tell me the victim's name. Oh, I know this one. Glad I read the case reports cover to cover so many times. Wait. Uh-oh. No way, I forgot. I'm drawing a total blank here. Yeah, I am. Duh. No, I do. I actually don't know. Oh, the victim. Of course I know the victim's name. I, just forgot. Temporarily. I'm the victim. I'm the victim. This is my victim mark. Oh. This tab. Okay. I'm begging ya. Mr. Right. Mr. Grammy. Greg. Who is the victim in this case? RB? Is it R1? Oh. Cindy. Cindy Lauper. Cindy. Wait. Stone. The victim's name is Cindy Stone. Correct. Now, tell me what is the cause of death? She died because she was hit with a blunt object. She was struck once by a blunt object. Correct. You've answered all my questions. I see no reason why we shouldn't proceed. Guys, am I a good voice actress? I think I'm doing pretty good. You seem much more relaxed, Grebby. Good for you. Thank you, Your Honor. Because I don't feel relaxed, that's for sure. That's how I sound internally. Well then, first, a question for the prosecution for Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. That's how I imagine him in my head. As Grammy just told us, the victim was struck with a blunt object. Is that not Grammy every day? That's fucked up, but you're right. Can't say seriously to shit like that. Would you explain the court just what the object was? Your murder weapon was just a statue of the thinker. It was found lying on the ground next to the victim. I see. The court accepts it into evidence. Statue, that is the court record. Statue of the thinker. It's rather heavy. Thanks. Got it. I know. I am! I'm literally the only one here. Okay. Mr. Payne, the prosecution may call its first witness. The prosecution calls the defendant, Mr. Butts, to the stand. Chief, what do I do now? Okay. I don't feel good about this, but okay. Uh-oh. Larry gets excited easily. This could be bad. Him! Mr. Butts, is it true that the victim had recently dumped you? Cleopatra and Mark Anthony. Didn't they all die? That... What's it to ya? Mr. Butts, what you describe is generally what we mean by dumped. In fact, she had completely abandoned you. Speak Spanish. Cabeza de lechuga. In fact, she had completely abandoned you and was seeing other men. I can't read in Spanish. It'd have to be in Spanish for me to read in Spanish. I don't know that much. I just know funny phrases. She had just returned from overseas with one of them on the day of the murder. One of them? Your Honor, the victim's passport. According to this, she was in Paris until the day before she died. Victim apparently arrived home from Paris on 7:30, the day before the murder. Indeed, she appears to have returned from the day of the murder. Day before the murder. The victim was... No, wait. The victim was a model and did not have a large income. It appears that she had several sugar papas. Yes, older men who give her money and gifts. She took their money and used it to support her lifestyle. We can clearly see what kind of woman this Miss Stone was. Tell me, Mr. Butts, what do you think of her now? Yeah, Larry has a way of running his mouth in the wrong direction. Yeah, so pretty much my best friend is kind of a fucking idiot. Should I... My client has no idea the victim was seeing other men. That question is irrelevant to this case. Ugh. Damn! I mean, he's right though, but goddamn! Oh. Let's continue with the trial, shall we? Yes, I believe that the accused motive is clear to everyone. Yes, quite. Oh boy, this is so not looking good. Next question. You went in front of the victim's apartment that day of the murder. Did you not? My voices are combining. Well, you did, or did you not? There we go, that's better. Oh, buddy. Uh-oh, he went. What do I do? Like Scoob. Stop him from answering. I need him to answer honestly. I know, I'll send him a signal. I'll dab him up. Tell the truth. What angry baby? Mina! Mina, it's been so long. I'll put the little baby on my head. Oh, that's the wrong one. There's Lewis. But what did you do there? too. I've been doing good. Order! Well, Mr. Butch? Oh! Your Honor, the defendant is lying. Lying? The prosecution would like to call a witness who can prove Mr. Butch is lying. Well, that simplifies matters. Who is your witness? The man who found the victim's body just before making the gruesome discovery. He saw the defendant fleeing the scene of the crime. Thank you. Yeah, lives be like that. Order in the court. Mr. Payne, the prosecution may call its witness. Yes, Your Honor. This is bad. On the day of the murder, your day is bad. The day of the murder, my witness was selling newspapers at the victim's building. Please bring Mr. Frank Sawit to the stand. It's the killer. Mr. Sawit, you sell newspapers subscriptions, is that correct? Mr. Sawit, you may proceed with your testimony. Please tell the court what you saw on the day of the murder. Witness testimony, witness accounts. I saw a man fleeing an apartment. I thought he must be in a hurry because he had left the door half open behind him. Thinking it's strange, I looked inside the apartment and I saw her lying there, a woman, not moving, dead. I quailed and frightened. I found myself unable to go inside. I thought to call the police immediately, however the phone in our apartment wasn't working. I went to a nearby park and found a public phone. I remember the time exactly, it was 1 p.m. The man who ran was out with me, the defendant sitting right over there. Larry, why didn't you tell the truth? I can't defend you against the testimony like that. Incidentally, why wasn't the phone in the victim's apartment working? Your Honor, at the time of the murder, there was a blackout in the building. Aren't phones supposed to work during a blackout? Yes, Your Honor. However, some cordless phones do not function normally. The phone that Mr. Shawit used was one of those. Your Honor, I have a record of the blackout for your perusal. Stone's building. Noon, 6 p.m. on the day of the crime. Now, Mr. Grammy? Yes, Your Honor. You may begin your cross-examination. Cross-examination, Your Honor? I don't know what that big word is, but I'm just gonna ignore it and just nod my head. That's a pretty violent way to do that, but okay. Okay. I got it. A man fleeing his apartment. Who left the door half open. Strange, I looked inside the apartment. Her lying there, like dead. How would you know that she had been dead? Also, claimed never saw her. Unable to go inside. Police immediately. It wasn't working. Nearby park and found a public phone. It was 1 p.m. That was the defense. On site, I found it odd that you would take notice of him. Or, I don't know, he just seemed strange to me, that's all. The defense requests that the witness refrain from conjecture. Of course. What the witness means is that the man he saw looks suspicious. So, what happened next? Half open, you say? It's odd in a big city like this, I thought. I see, and what happened next? Are you sure? Are you sure that she was dead? No, I guess I wasn't moving at all. There was blood everywhere. I guess that would look fatal to anyone. Very well. What happened next? Inside the apartment. What gave you the idea to do that? No. Truer words have never been spoken. Anyone would look inside. No? Hello? Invading privacy? Why did Peng cut him off so quickly? So, you looked into the apartment. What happened next? So, you didn't touch anything in the apartment? Oh! Akane! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! I am playing Phoenix Wright! Can we get a shout out for Akane, please? Would you not just randomly barge into someone's— No! No, I wouldn't. Okay, and what happened next? This is my first time playing, so, enjoy. I am doing all the voices so far, or most of them. The phone in her apartment wasn't working. But you said you didn't go to her apartment. Or did you? And that phone wasn't working, correct? What happened next? Why use the public phone? Thank you for shouting out a comment. Go follow. Wonderful. Also very lewd. Thumbs up. Her cell phone. Oh, right. What time did you call again? Oh my god, dude. 1 p.m.? Are you certain? It's really confident. 1 p.m. I'm a little confused. Some evidence. You found the body at 1 p.m. Are you sure? Frankly, I find that hard to believe. Your statement directly contradicts the autopsy report. The autopsy notes the time of death at some time after 4 p.m. There was no body to find at 1 p.m. How did you explain the 3-hour gap? Some witness is looking a little guilty. This is trivial. The witness merely forgot the time. After his testimony, I find that hard to believe. Mr. Sawit, why were you so certain that you found the body at 1 p.m.? Yes, let's freaking go, dude! Would you care to give your testimony again? Time of discovery. In the body. I heard the time. There's a voice saying the time was probably coming from the television. But the power was out. Oh, but it was 3 hours off, wasn't it? I guess the victim must have been watching a video of a taped program. So I thought it was 1 p.m. But it still wouldn't be working if the power was out. I see. You heard a voice saying the time on the taped program. Grammy, you may cross-examine the witness. I've got this one. Believe it. You said heard, not saw. Isn't that a little strange? So you're saying you heard something. But if you were so shocked by the body, you wouldn't hear anything at all. The witness did say he actually heard the time. It's ludicrous to suggest you wouldn't hear anything. I have to agree with the prosecution. Witness, continue with your testimony. Are you sure it was the television and not a radio? Incidentally, there is no radio on the premises. There was only one large television. The witness has testified. He heard the time. How do you explain the gap? Well, witness, can you explain this? A video? True. We're agreed that you heard the time at the scene then? Oh shit. Is it this one? Hold it right there. The prosecution has said there was a blackout at the time of the discovery. And this record proves it. Gotcha. You couldn't have heard a television or a video. The defendant has a point. Do you have an explanation for this, Mr. Shawit? Mr. Shawit? The court would prefer to hear an accurate testimony from the very beginning. These consistent corrections are harming your credibility. And you seem rather distraught. Very well, Mr. Shawit. Let's hear your testimony once again, please. And please be fucking accurate. Hearing the time. You saw the murder happen? Or you saw it on a clock? Aisha. You saw a clock? I guess that would explain it then. The defendant may cross-examine the witness. Gladly. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are that evidence? How exactly are that evidence and statement just now related? They aren't, are they? No. Mr. No! Oh. I don't think that won me any points with the judge. A table clock? Was there a clock at the scene? This is the first I've heard of it. The murder weapon? Something's fishy here, because it's not. Wait just a moment. The murder weapon wasn't a clock, it was the statue. Now, how is this supposed to be a clock? I think I'm a lawyer for the defendant. I think that's what I am. I could be wrong, but I'm not. So fuck you. Just answer the question, Mr. Sot. Your Honor, if I may. Yes, Mr. Payne. As the witness stated, the statue is indeed a clock. The deck is a switch. You just tilt it and it says the time allowed. As it doesn't look like a clock. I submitted it as a statue, my apologies. I see. So the murder weapon was the table clock after all. Well, Grammy? It appears that the witness testimony was correct. This is a clock. Do you have any problems with this testimony? Yes. Your Honor, there's a gaping hole with the witness's testimony. The only way he could have known the weapon was a clock is if he held it in his hand. Yet your witness testified that he never entered the apartment. Clearly a contradiction. Indeed. The witness knew it was a clock because he went into the apartment. You're lying. You were inside the apartment on the day of the murder. I'll do better than that. I can prove you were the one who killed her. You struck her with the clock, and the shock of the blow triggered the clock's voice. That was the sound you heard. Order in the court. Intriguing. Please continue, Grammy. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Sot, the sound must have left quite an impression on you. Understandable, since the murder weapon spoke just as you hit the victim. That voice was burned into your mind. That's why you were so certain about the time. What? What's the meaning of this? Hold up. This is all baseless conjecture. Baseless? Just look at the witness's face. Would the witness care to elaborate? Did you strike the victim with the clock? That's pretty rude. Order in the court, I say. Your Honor, a moment, please. There isn't a shred of evidence supporting the defense's claims. Grammy. Your Honor? You claim the sound the witness heard came from the clock. Do you have any evidence? Well, case is writing on this. I better think of it carefully. Your Honor, the sound Mr. Sott heard was definitely this clock. In fact, which is clear if you simply... Clock's batteries? Ask the neighbors. Sounding? Let's sound the clock now. Hear it in this court. Your Honor, may I have the clock? I ask the court to listen very carefully. That certainly is strange! A strange way to announce the time! Well, he is the thinker after all. So we've heard the clock. What are your conclusions, Grammy? Mr. Payne, you can tell me. Can you tell me what the time is now? It's 11:25. Ah! As you can see, the clock is exactly 3 hours slow. Precisely the discrepancy between what Mr. Sott heard and the actual time of death. So, Mr. Sott, try to talk your way into this one, eh? Uh-oh. What's he talking about now? He's right. How am I gonna prove that? Damn it, I was so close! Grammy? It seems you lack the critical evidence to support your claim. Yes, Your Honor. This means I cannot let you indict the witness. Unfortunately, this ends the cross-examination of Frank Sott. But he is the killer, though. I almost had him! Sorry, Larry. I failed you. No! There's nothing I can do about it now. Oh! Chief! Okay. But Chief, it's over! I can't prove the clock was slow the day of the murder. Nobody can prove that. Why was the clock 3 hours slow? Because of the electricity? Well, the reason. And you'll have to— oh! Yes. Maybe I can prove it. Well, Grammy? Excuse me. You said the clock was already running slow on the day of the murder? Have you found evidence to support this claim? Of course. There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can prove my claim beyond a doubt. Let's see the evidence that provides why the clock was running slow. Excuse me? This proves your claim? How? I can't see what that evidence has to do with the clock. No, that wasn't it. No! One more chance. Give me one more chance. All right, Grimmy, but time is not on your side. Uh-oh. But be quick about it. Let's see this evidence that proves why the clock was running slow. Ah, this is so hard. Oh my god, what the fuck? Your claim? How? No, what? Hold on, I'm gonna get it. This didn't work. This didn't work. Statue? No! No! It's the passport! Oh. The victim had just returned home from abroad the day before the murder. As we all know, the time difference between here and Paris is 9 hours. When it's 4 p.m. here, a.m. When it's 4 p.m. here, it's 1 a.m. the next day there. The clock wasn't 3 hours slow, it was 9 hours fast. The Phoenix hadn't reset her clock since returning home. That's why the time you heard when you struck her dead in the apartment was wrong. Proof enough for you, Mr. Sot? Or should I say, Mr. Did It? Oh, order, I say. Well? Yeah, well, so did he, so. This case has certainly turned out differently than we all expected. Mr. Payne, your witness? He was arrested and has been taken away, Your Honor. Very well. Grimmy? Yes, Your Honor. I have to say, I'm impressed. I don't think I've ever seen someone complete a defense so quickly. And find the true culprit at the same time. Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, this is only a formality, but this court finds the defendant, Mr. Larry Butt, not guilty. Foaming at the mouth. He could have had rabies. True. With that, this court is adjourned. Hold up. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh no! Aw. There we go. He posed as a newspaper salesman. He was a common burglar. He posed as a newspaper salesman and see when people were out of the houses. That day, when Larry went to her apartment, the victim wasn't home. After he left, Mr. Saw it, let himself in to do his dirty work. While he was searching her place, the victim returned. Flustered, Mr. Sot grabbed the nearest blunt object he could find. August 3, 2:32 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby, number 2. Okay, I can take off the mustache. We're out of the courtroom. I'm just gonna put it up here. I still can't believe we won! Thank you, baby girl. Thanks, Chief. I owe it all to you. Yes! I've never seen the Chief looking this happy. If she's this glad, imagine how Larry must feel. Oh. Larry, you're supposed to be happy. What's wrong with you? What's wrong now? Good. Wait, no. I mean, bad. Larry, you're innocent. The case is closed. Larry, she's a... Nah, never mind. Harry! No! Hey, I was the one who got you off the hook. Oh. Bruh. This fucking guy. Larry. Excuse me. So cute. Huh? What the heck is she talking about? Here you go, Larry. Proof. Wasn't the right thing to show him? Okay. Oh, I should have. Prove that she kept it. Ah. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. Hard at least. I mean, you know where drinks lead. I mean, you and I could, I mean, we could, I mean, you know, like, you and I, we could, never mind. And so, my first trial came to a close. Larry slapped me on the back and said, "Gee, Nick, gee, Grammy, it's good to have friends." But I'm pretty sure he's not going to pay us. Unless you count the clock he gave Mia. I didn't know it then. The clock would soon be going into the center of another incident. And my promise to tell the chief about me and Larry would be one promise that I wouldn't be able to keep. The end. Wait, what? Oh my god, these are so short. Grammy in love. I just, listen, you know, when women with big, when women Stabby! When women have shirts that are that fit them and their chest is filled, I'm flat and she is very hot. Anyways. You okay, Grimmy? When Kayla, why'd you do it this time? Hello, this is Maya. Mia! What's up? You haven't called in a while. Well, lonely, and it's all your fault. Nah, I'm just teasing. I hate it here. I've been great. I'm finally getting used to having my own place. I know. You want me? Oh! Hiya, Papaya. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Graveyard family. You're Gremlin now. How are you doing today? I know. You want me to hold the evidence for you. I just like women with big chests, okay? It's a very common thing. I like, yeah. I gotcha. So, what is it this time? That explains things. Women pretty and scare me. It's why I'm bi and not gay. Period. Anyways. A clock? You always like toys? Oh. Hey, I'm not a little girl anymore, sis. Oh, they're related. Women are fine, true, real. Huh? It's not working? That's lame. Excited, terrified? Yes. You ever look in the mirror and scare yourself? All the time. It's why I hang out in the kitchen. Because I'm safe there from mirrors. No mirrors are in the kitchen. So I'm safe. papers? Is that the evidence then? Well, there's a possibility that it might turn out that way. Yes. Okay, sis, but I expect dinner. Something good. Like burgers. I'd go for a really good burger. Alright, it's a deal. Okay, sis, see you soon. Well, that was really loud. Conversation recorded, September 5th, 9:27 a.m. September 5, 8:57 p.m. Faye and Co. Law Offices. Uh-oh. He's gonna kill the chief! No! Why must they kill Hot Snatch? Who the fuck is this bitch? My controller vibrated. That was really scary. What do you mean, lol? September 5, 9:08 p.m. Faye and Co. Law Office. This is. Uh-oh, I'm late. Huh? That's strange. Guess the chief left without me. Yeah, I have a PS4 controller and it vibrates. Gonna have some emotions. I'm fucking sad now. I'm sad. Are you guys happy? I was up and now I'm down. It always happens. Happens every time. She said her sister was coming over, so we should all go out for dinner. What's that smell? Blood. Mia, maybe she's in her office. Smell of blood. That can't be good. I have to check to see if Mia, the chief's okay. Oh. That smell. Blood. Oh, sis. Someone's there. Chief? Chief? Chief! Oh. So I have to do both people now. Who are you? Ugh. She hit me, right? Oh, she fell. She hit me, right? Every time Grammy sees women, she thinks she's gonna get killed by them. The strange girl dropped out cold. I left her lying on the office sofa. Went back to the chief where she lay under the window. Her body was still warm. Chat, that's the end. No, I'm just kidding. I gotta go. I could feel it when I held her shoulder. No! And it all too quickly began to fade. Until finally, she was cold. Dang. Chief. Some shards of glass are scattered on the floor. Seem to be the remains of a glass light stand. Yeah, that's the joke I was making. Encrusted with dried blood. How ironic that this became the murder weapon again! No clues here. Chief, it's hard seeing her like this, but if there are any clues here, she was struck in the head with a blunt object, probably died instantly. The thinker, lying next to her, must have been the murder weapon. There's some glass shards near the chief's body. Must be the pieces of the glass light stand. Standing broken, lying broken in the back of the room. Nothing else that seems like a clue here. A piece of paper. Wait, that wasn't there before. So fallen from Mia's hand. What could it be? A word is written in blood on the scrap of paper. Maya. Did Mia write this? This piece of paper is a receipt from the department store dated yesterday. I think that's enough snooping around for now. Better we call the police to find out what that girl was doing here. That girl just now. Where'd she go? I put her right there on the sofa. Uh-oh. I hope she didn't run on me. Yipes! Don't scare me like that. Excuse me, but who are you? It's okay, I work here. Maya. Maya Fey. Maya Fey? So Mia was writing this girl's name. Maybe I should show her the receipt? I never thought there would be a use for evidence like this outside of the courtroom. Present. Before Mia died, she wrote a message with her own blood. She wrote it on the back of this receipt. That's my name! Why? Why would she write my name? Please, just calm down. Why would my sis write my name? Uh-oh. Now I've done it. I'd better hurry up and call the police. What happened? She seems to be in shock. I don't want to disturb her, but I have to know. Excuse me. Can you tell me what happened? I came in. The room was dark. And sis... So she was already dead. So, you're the chief's sister. I'm her younger sister. And you were here visiting? This late at night? Yes, she said she wanted me to keep some evidence for her. Evidence? Yes, it was that clock. It was the thinker. About the thinker. The thinker. That was... Oh, sis. Probably shouldn't have asked her about the murder weapon. This was lying next to the chief. I know, I saw it in there too. I thought they might be pieces of the light stand. Maybe. Never heard of a glass light stand before. Sorry, I've never seen that before. Oh, sorry, my bad. Right, I'd better call the police. That's funny. A few of the screws on the receiver are missing. Looks like someone was halfway through taking it apart. Police? Complete. What was that? Outside the window. She's staring right at me! She's holding a phone in her hand! Police! Sounds like they're coming this way. Freeze! Police! Wait, I gotta put the mustache back on. My favorite game, yes! Hi, Link. Oh, I got this. Gumshoe! His name is Dick. Alright, I'm Detective Dick Gumshoe, see? Yeah, she. Gumshoe, what an odd name. We received reports from the building across the way, you see. Got a person saying they saw a murder. Must have been that woman I saw. I'm gonna definitely do the voice of her, don't worry. Anyway, I don't want either of you moving an inch, Kay? Great, just great. Wait, she wouldn't have, nah. Whoa! Excuse me! This word Maya here mean anything to you? That's my name. What? The victim drew this here note in your own blood, you see? With her dying breath, she wrote down the killer's name. Killer? Case closed! You're coming to the murder. Ma'am. What? How dumb is he? Very. Mia's younger sister, Maya, was arrested on the spot. I was taken in for questioning and didn't get out until the next morning. My eyes were heavy and I couldn't sleep. I sat around waiting for visiting hours to begin at the detention center. I had to talk to Maya as soon as possible. September 6th, 9:07 a.m. The center visitor's room. Wow, they have poor Maya locked up like a criminal. Oh, it's you, the lawyer. Good morning. Good morning. She looks so tired. Ah, I get it. That's funny. I didn't know that. Are you going to be my attorney? Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. It's up to you. Of course I will. Sorry, not a chance. Of course I will. First things first. I better get her cheered up. Yeah, of course I will. Cheer up. Really? Whoa. Did I say the wrong thing? She looks sadder now. What's wrong? You don't think I could do that? Could do it? No, no one could. Who would believe me? Even you. When you found me in the office, you looked at me like I had done it. Did I look at her like that? No, I never thought. It's okay, I understand. And I've also heard about you. Oh? Heard? Heard what about me? I was talking to my sister on the phone the other day. God damn! Oh! Oh, I see. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of smart. What can I say? What do you mean I'm lacking experience? I'll have you know I have plenty of experience, ma'am. You just never asked me, okay? God. What? 3 more years? What the fuck? Whoa. What the fuck? First she tells her sister that I don't have any experience. Then she tells her that she has to wait 3 years. I thought we were all adults. What the fuck? Uncalled for. That's what she said. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. No, it's okay, it's true, I guess. Oh, I guess I have no experience with women, it's fine. But at the same time, I can't just sit by and watch. You think of the person who did this, who did this to Mia. I know. Could you tell me about the day of the murder? Yes. Let's see, that morning, I got a call from my sister. She wanted me to hold on to a piece of evidence for an upcoming trial. Evidence? Yes, that clock shaped like the thinker? The one Larry made. How could that have been evidence in a case? Right, she said something about that. I remember. Do you want to hear it in your own voice? Hear her own voice? Yes. I'm pretty sure our conversation is on my cell phone. You recorded it? Yeah, I forgot I had to delete those things. So, you say you have to have a conversation with your sister on your cell phone. Evil Dead. 2 of the 3. Right. Oh! I just remembered that the detective took my cell phone. Sorry. Oh, right. Of course. Next time I see Detective Gumshoe, I'll ask him for it. I'll write on a note so you don't forget, okay? Sure, thanks. His memo added to the court record. Something I've been wanting to ask you. Some are dumb and like... So like in reality? Damn. No, we all dumb here. Yes. What's with that outfit? Oh, this? This is all... Acolytes? This is what acolytes wear? It's my uniform, you could say? People in religious training. What is it you do? Oh, it's nothing strange, really. I'm a spirit medium in training. Spirit medium? I'm pretty sure that qualifies as strange. You're an acolyte. Or medium in training. That's right. The Fae family, especially the women, have always been very sensitive to the spirit world. Wait a second. You said the Fae family. So Mia was into this stuff too? Of course! She left the mountain to follow her career, she said. Her powers were first class too. I had no idea. Wait. What? So you're real honest to goodness spirit medium with ESP and all that? You gotta take zips. Yes, in training. Well, can't you contact Mia's spirit then? We can just ask her who killed her. I'm sorry. I'm still in training. I couldn't do something on that level. I thought that would be too easy. Huh? Something the matter? I was wondering, could I ask you a favor? This is the address to a famous lawyer. My sis gave me this a long time ago. She said if I was ever in trouble, I should call him. And, well... Oh! Give me a moment. I am going to grab a snack, so I will be right back. I'm back. Okay. Well, I'm in trouble. Do you think you could go ask him to represent me? I thought I was gonna be your lawyer. Refuse. I'm sorry. I think this is the kind of thing you should really do for yourself. You're right. Something wrong? Actually, I asked the police to contact him. They tried calling a few times. Nobody could get a hold of him. They couldn't find him. I have no one left to ask. So what about your parents? Oh, okay. Don't worry. I'll ask him for you. You will? Thank you so much. I'm just worried what will happen if I can't find him. He told me that if I don't find one, the state will pick an attorney to defend me. When will that happen? Giving me until 4 this afternoon. And visiting hours are almost up. I'd better hurry. Right, I'll be back. Could you tell me about the day of the murder? Sorry, I know it must be hard. No, it's okay. All I've been doing the last few hours is talking about it. I'm kind of gotten used to it. Let's see. The morning, I got a call from my sister. She wanted to get a hold of me about evidence for an upcoming trial. I think the clock made. Which practically qualifies as a serial murderer by now. So then, when did you arrive at the office? It was right around 9. Lights were off and I could smell blood. But then I found her, my sister. Thanks, Maya. That's all I need to hear now. September 6th, Grossberg Law Office. According to the receptionist, the big boss is out. She couldn't say when he'd be back. Must be hard to keep track of everything when you're a famous lawyer. Not to mention run of a office like this. Yeah, yikes. Gross. Kinda cringe. Guess I'll have to come back later. Solid mahogany desk. The wood's been polished to deep luster. Table for clients. An elegant ebony case. And if I'm not mistaken, that lighter's made of solid gold. Did that guy trust me, Grammy? Okay. Even I can tell someone here's got money to burn. September 6th, Faye and Co.'s law office. Office is filled with police officers. They're all busily searching for clues. Hey, you there! Oh. It's a crime scene, pal. No trespassing. Sorry. Don't I know you from somewhere? Wait, you're that Butts guy, aren't you? No. It's Grammy Lynn. How could anyone mistake me for Larry? I guess I got the wrong name. Grammy, sorry about that. That Butts guy, he was a killer, and you're no killer, right? He was proven innocent. Right, and you were... Gumshoe, wasn't it? Dick Gumshoe? Penis? Gumshoe? Right, at your service. Hang on, that's Detective Gumshoe to you, pal. Anyway, Get the name right. And don't call me, don't go calling me Dick. Okay, penis. Hey, Dick, get over here. Yes, sir. Be right there. Ahem. You're her lawyer, right, pal? Yes, she? If you got business here, you better do it quick, eh? Woo, he thinks I'm Maya's lawyer. About Miss Faye, did you do any autopsy? You want to know the results, eh? Now don't you look at me like that, pal. It's no use. She might have been your boss. That doesn't mean you get any special treatment, you see? Alright, alright. You get to see the report, but that's all. Thank you. About Maya. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the trial, eh? Sorry, pal, but this is one trial you aren't gonna win. Why do you say that? City's put prosecutor Edgeworth on the prosecution. Edgeworth? I'm sure you know what that means. You being a lawyer and all. Prosecutor Edgeworth. That's right, pal. Mr. Miles Edgeworth himself. Wait, do you know him? Don't you? Of course not. Never heard of him. Whoa, you call yourself a lawyer, pal? About 4 years ago, this Edgeworth guy came in as a prosecutor at age 20. Everyone says he's a genius. Surprised you don't know him. Of course I know him. I was just playing dumb. Cold, heartless machine who will do anything to get a guilty verdict. There's rumors of a back alley deals that forged evidence. All I know for sure is that Edgeworth hates crime with almost abnormal passion. I never imagined I'd be facing him so soon. Expensive looking mahogany bookshelves filled with a bunch of looking books. Moji! Look like they've ever been read. Painting has been bugging me ever since I stepped in here. The oil paint is so thick it's practically giving me a stuffed nose. I'm sure the price is nothing to sneeze at either. Hi, Detective Grammy Holmes? No, it's Attorney Lynn. How is the case? I'm really stumped. Hot woman just died and, help. Hey! What is it? Did you meet the lawyer? Sorry. Haven't seen him yet. Damn, the hot woman died. I see. I better go see if I can find this elite lawyer she's talking about. What about your family? Only had my sister. My father died when I was very young. And I don't know where my mother is. Oh no. So, she could still be alive? The woman in my family have been mediums for generations. They say a lot of spiritual power runs in our blood. About 15 years ago, our family was involved in an incident. There was a man and he ruined our mother's life. Ruined? After that, she disappeared. Several years after that, my sister announced that she'd become a lawyer, and she left the mountain. Oh, have fun talking with ghosts. Okay! I drive! So, you live by yourself? Yes, I've gotten used to it. Oh, also, I had to become independent or would lose my powers. I feel bad for her all by herself at the mountain. So, who is this man who, ruined your mother? About 15 years ago, there was an unusual murder case. It made quite a stir. Everyone was talking about it, apparently. The police were running out of leads and they were getting desperate. Wait, they didn't use a spirit medium, did they? The police convinced my mother to try and contact the victim. Wow, so what happened? The case was solved, we thought. You thought? The man my mother helped the police capture was innocent. The police's consultation with the medium had all been carried out in secret, of course, but a man found out about it and linked it to the press. He told all the papers that my mother was a fraud, and the media jumped on it big time. My mother became a laughingstock of the nation. I see. Wait. Excuse me? That was his name. My sister told me. White? Sorry, I've never seen that before. I was wondering, do you know anything about this? That statue? That's the murder weapon. Huh? He thinks the clock is just a statue too? I'm starting to wish I'd never seen this thing. But there was broken glass at the crime scene, right? Oh, that. Seems like glass stand next to the victim fell over. Were pieces of broken stand. I was wondering, did you see Maya Faye's cell phone? Oh, that, I have that. Do you think you could give it back? Sure, I mean, wait a second, pal. Tricky lawyer. Uh-oh, he's on to me. Tell him straight. Tell him why I want it. There's no way he'll give it to me. Something the matter? Oh no, it's just, you know, detective. Nope, I know nothing, pal. That cell phone has a lot of numbers on it, like her boyfriend's. A cell phone holds all a little girl's sweetest and spiciest secrets. You're trying to confuse me. Sorry, pal, I already checked on the numbers in memory. Impressive. You're quite the detective. Oh, here, you can have the phone back. There weren't any suspicious call records in there after all. Seems you didn't notice the recorded conversation. Guess I've asked all the questions I need to know. You're all done, pal? Yeah, thank you. I'll be heading out now. Oh, wait. One more thing I wanted to mention to you. You don't suppose you're planning on talking to the witness? Anyway, you better not. No, influencing the witness with your lawyerly ways, pal. Come to think of it, I'd completely forgotten about her. The witness? Yeah, Miss April May. Sorry about this, but I can't tell you anything about her. That's how girly it is? Well, you just told me her name, Miss May, huh? So you've sent her home already then? Haha, you're trying your lawyerly ways on me now. She's not to go outside her room until the trial. So she's still in the hotel across the way. I guess I should know her better than to try to get, know better to try and detective leak information. You got that right, pal. And obey a visit to Miss May. September 6th. Gatewater Hotel, room 303. Oh god, I have to do her voice. I have to. Hold on, hold on. Well, hello there, handsome. Hi. Smooth, right? Real smooth. You're the lawyer, aren't you? The detective told me. He said, don't say nothing to that lawyer, pal. Memo to self. Thank Detective Gumshoe for making my job harder. Gee, this is all like something out of a movie. That's a good point. She really is. It's all so exciting. I can't hardly contain myself. Oh, let me go freshen up so I can look the part as a beautiful eyewitness. I pity the lawyer that has to cross-examine this one. It's me. I'm the one. There's a screwdriver stuck in the drawer. Wonder what's inside. Let's take a look. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? No touching! Oh, bad boy. You really shouldn't pry around another person's room now. You wouldn't want to make me upset, would you? Upset? I thought she was going to explode for a second there. I wonder what could be inside the drawer. You're lying! Could you just... Who exactly are you? Oh, you're Mr. Lawyer. Are you hitting on me? Oh, Mr. Lawyer, are you hitting on me? No, hey, I'm just doing my job here. Thank you. You're cute when you blush. Believe me, this is the first time in my life I've blushed this much. Right, can you just tell me what it is you do? Well, no. And you had your little hopes up, didn't you? Oh boy. I see there are 2 glasses on the table. Is someone staying here with you? Oh, what an amazing powers of observation! You must be the one... What, like... You must be one of those famous detectives, like on television. Oh, no, not me. I'm just the lawyer. Say, Mr. Big Detective, why don't you go look for clues in the garbage? Miss May doesn't like nosy little lawyers. Oh boy. She's literally me, dude. Do you think you could tell me something? I need you to describe what you observed at the time of the incident. Oh, observe. Incident, you sound like a lawyer in the movies. I like a man with a big vocabulary. Better not encourage her. Or you know that thing that happened the other day? The bad thing? What did you see when it happened? I don't suppose you could tell me about it. Pretty please. Let me see. Well, dream on! If you want to know, you'll have to come to court tomorrow, Mr. Lawyer. Oh boy. How it feels to hang out around Grammy VT. Excuse me, but I'm a witness? Police witness? You understand? How could I possibly give you any information in good conscience, Me, the witness? It's just like in those movies. Late summer sunlight streams through the window. Banco law offices, of course. You can see the inside of the room pretty clearly from here. I think it would be a little difficult to recognize, excuse me, the face from this distance, though. No clues here. Wonder what's inside. Maybe later. Seems like Mr. Grossberg is out. Well, maybe I should just wait for him to come back. Oh gosh, I need my mustache now, don't I? Ahem! If that wasn't the most over-the-top clearing of the throat I've ever heard. Oh my god, I'm literally him too! Ahaha! So, you're the one they say has been looking for me? Yes, that's me. He looks even grander than I imagined. Yeah, this really suits him. That badge on your collar! Oh, so you're a lawyer, are you now? Yes, well, yes. And what do you want? I'm not particularly busy these days, please proceed. Not busy, then how come no one could get in touch with you? Something the matter? You came to the one and only Marvin Grossberg, did you not? Well, I am here, boy. What do you want? Out with it. Well, sir, actually, it's about Maya Fey. Pardonnez-moi. Yes, Maya Fey, go on. What a strange reaction. Cha-cha. I'm really quite busy here, son. I can't go taking cases on a day's notice. No, it's quite impossible. Well, wait a second. How did you know the trial was tomorrow? Anyway, I'm afraid it's entirely impossible to represent her. I'm sorry, end of discussion. I became Donald Trump for a little bit. What's going on? He refused me before I could even get a chance to ask him? What do I tell Maya? Yeah, also you said you're free these days. That's quite a painting. Aha! You noticed! I did, yeah. It's my pride and joy, impressive, isn't it? Well, isn't it? The color of the sky, the hue of the sea, the weave of the straw hat. It's worth at least $3 billion. I have no intention of painting with it, of course. Of parting with it, of course. No, I won't sell it, not even to you. I wasn't interested. It's not for sale. I'm not buying it. Jeez. How could you oh, that's me. How could you just refuse like that? Please tell me why you won't take the case. Well, you see, it's just I'm busy. You see? But the there you go. Well, but the client is Maya Fey's sister. Mia trusted you. She knew her sister would be in good hands. Yes, of course, I know that. However, I'm sorry, but I must refuse. Sorry. Goodbye. Creep. fine. I don't have time to argue with you anyway. I'll go look elsewhere. I think not. Huh? Did you say something? I think not. I should. What do you mean? I'm terribly, terribly sorry. I'm afraid that no lawyer worth their salt will take on this particular case. Terribly sorry, my boy. Why? I cannot say. I hate him. Yeah, I hate him too. I beg your pardon, but could you leave now? I've nothing more to discuss with you. Hello, Case. Welcome in. If you'd like to join the call, you could be one of the voices. What's wrong? What's going on here? How did you know Mia Fey? She worked here a long time ago. Quite the apprentice, that one. Learned my techniques in the blink of an eye. She left one day quite suddenly. She had a mission, you see? A mission? You could see it in her eyes. She followed it with a burning passion. Never looked back, that one. September 6th, 3:42 p.m. Detention Center, visitor's room. Oh, you're back! Did you find the lawyer? Well, what do I tell her? Well, you see, just be honest. I really don't think you should use that guy. He didn't seem healthy. He was all skin and bones. I'm sorry, it's okay. What really happened? You don't mean he refused to help? Erp. I see. I had been abandoned then. Just a little longer now before the state-appointed lawyer comes, I guess. 4 p.m. time's up. What should I do? Do I just leave her and go home? I've made up my mind. I'm going to defend you whether you want me to or not. Why? Why? Well, someone else is the culprit. You aren't the culprit. Someone else is. How do you know? I have a hunch. Given the evidence, it would be easy to assume that Maya was the killer. But there's something about this whole thing that smells fishy. It's capitalism! You're right. Stabby is not guilty. Also, hello, Case. Welcome in.
Hello.
Would you like to do some voices?
I can do my best.
That's okay. I've been literally putting on a mustache and being people. You can be the opposing lawyers in the trial and and the detective if I see him again. I'm gonna be the judge, Phoenix, and Maya.
Okay.
Let me make you smaller. Make sure you have water.
Does an energy drink count?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I have to be her as well. The dumbest character in this game is the judge. Yeah. That witness's strange behavior was that all an act? Yes. And the way that lawyer refused to help out Maya. But more than all that, she has no one left to help her. Nothing is more sad and more lonely than that. I know I've been there a long, long time ago. Why did I become a lawyer in the first place? Because someone has to look out for the people who have no one on their side. Maya, I won't abandon you. You can count on me. Finger guns. That's so kind of you.
Hey.
Well, let's fight this one and get you out of here. Right, thank you. Whew, she smiled at last. She looks like an entirely different person. One last question. You are innocent, right? Yes. And I trust you. So you trust me too, okay? It's a deal. So what's next? There's something that's been bugging me. What is inside that strange woman's drawer? It was when I tried to look into the drawer, she got all defensive. Has to be something in there. Oh yeah, what's up? I haven't called in a while. Hold for me. Okay, yeah. Oh, here you go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Excuse me, you are?
Ah, I beg your pardon, sir. I'm the bellboy of the establishment. At your service, sir.
Oh, right.
I've just come up to deliver room service, sir.
Do you know where Miss May might be?
I believe our guest, Miss May, is currently using the facilities. If you know, excuse me. If you've no need of anything, I'll be taking my leave. Please stay as long as you like. Enjoy.
Yeah! Wait, no, hey! Why does it seem like every time I come in here, I end up embarrassing myself? Wait, now's my chance to snoop around a bit.
Ah, I've almost forgot.
Ah, you came back quick?
Might I ask to might I ask you to inform Miss May that there is a message for her? Please tell her that Mr. White of Blue Corp phoned.
Oh, right, sure. Mr. White of Blue Corp? Where have I heard that name before? White. That was his name, my sister told me. White was the name of the guy who ruined Mia and Maya's mother. Could it be a coincidence? Nah, I want to see what's in this drawer. There's a screwdriver sticking it out of the half-open drawer. Now's my chance to see what's inside. What do we have here? A wiretap? That could be the woman like her be doing with something like this. Ha-ha! There is definitely something suspicious about Miss May. Why would she have something in this, like this in her hotel room? There's a story behind all this. I know it. All right, I'll be using this bit of evidence in tomorrow's trial. That's for sure. For Maya's sake, I'll get to this woman. All right, Phoenix. I knew you were a dirty dog like me, but goddamn. Wait, I mean, you know what I mean. Yeah, we're gonna get to her bottom. My man. Oh, bellboy, still there? Uh-oh. Time's to scram. I look forward to tangoing with you tomorrow, Miss May. Tangoing? I've never seen it spelled like that. In court! Actually, I've never seen tingling spelt.
It's probably the first time for me as well.
Yeah. It is too gay to get women. Yeah, me too. But also, consider I'm playing the game, so, September 7th, 10 a.m. District Court Courtroom number 1. Goddamn.
I feel that.
Oh, hold up. I gotta put up my mustache. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Maya Fey.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defendant is ready, Your Honor. Miles Edgeworth. I'd better not show any signs of weakness today or he'll be on me in an instant. Mr. Edgeworth, please give the court your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant, Miss Maya Fey, was at the scene of the crime. The prosecution has evidence she committed this murder.
Turn down the music a little bit.
Stares deeply in the judge's eyes.
Longingly. Also, I have to fix my mustache. There we go.
And we have a witness who saw her do it. The prosecution sees no reason to doubt the fact of this case, Your Honor.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. These tips are really good. Let's begin then.
If we may call our first witness, Your Honor. The prosecution calls Chief Officer at the scene, Detective Gumshoe. Witness, please state your name and your profession to the court. Sir. My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm the detective in charge of homicides down to the precedent, sir. Detective Gumshoe. Please describe for us the details of this murder. Very well, sir. Let me use this floor map of the office to explain. The body was found by this window here. And at the cause of death? Loss of blood due to being struck by a blunt object, sir. The murder weapon was a statue of the Tinker found next to the body, sir.
A thinker.
The Thinker.
Yeah.
It was heavy enough to be a deadly weapon even in a girl's hands, sir.
The court accepts the statue as evidence. They're still calling that it a statue? It's a clock, by the way. Floor plans have been added to the court record.
Now, detective. Yes, sir. You've immediately arrested Miss Maya Fey, who was found at the scene, correct? Can you tell me why? Yes, sir. I had hard evidence she did it, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, please testify to the court about this hard evidence.
As soon as the phone call came... Oh, sorry. As soon as the phone call came in, I rushed to the scene. There was 2 people already there. There already. The defendant, Miss Maya Fey, and the lawyer, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I immediately arrested Miss Maya Fey. Why? We had a witness accounting describing her. The witness saw Miss Maya Fey at the very moment of the murder.
The very moment, you say? Well then, Grimmy, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination? Cross-exam what? I couldn't see a single contradiction in that testimony. Whoosh. Hey, Maya just threw something at me. What's this? When my sister couldn't find any contradictions to the witness's testimony, she would buff. Are you giving me a tutorial right now in the middle of court? Bluff it and press the witness on every detail. The witness always slips up and says something wrong. It worked lots of times. I should have expected Maya would know some of her sister's tricks. Alright, let's give this a try. Something the matter? No, Your Honor. I'd like to begin cross-examination. Okay, you don't need to read this. We've already gone through it.
Okay.
At least the green. Why is that? What's your reason? Hold on, just 1 second.
Yeah?
If I heard correctly, you said you arrested her because you had hard evidence. She did it, correct?
Huh? Did I say that? Me?
Alright, look at this little sussy fuck ass. I heard you say it. You did say it. Exactly. What about the suspicious woman in Pink's claim was hard evidence?
What? Miss Maya isn't suspicious? Oh,
May.
Miss Maya isn't suspicious. Sorry. Miss May isn't suspicious. And sure she isn't pink. Wait. Dyslexia sucks.
I know.
And she sure isn't pink, pal.
Are you also colorblind?
Well, I guess she is pink.
That's enough. Detective Gumshoe. Do you have any more solid proof other than her claims, Detective? I guess pressing can have its advantages.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got the order of this mixed up in my testimony, Your Honor, sir. There was something I should have told you about first, Your Honor.
Very well, Detective. Let's hear your testimony again.
After securing the suspect, I examined the scene of the crime with my own eyes. I found a memo written on a piece of paper next to the victim's body. On it, the word Maya was written clearly in blood. Lab test results showed that the blood was the victim's. Also, there was blood found on the victim's finger. Before she died, the victim wrote the killer's name.
That doesn't make sense.
How do you like that? That's my hard evidence.
Yeah, I have my own hard evidence too, wink. Before we begin cross-examination, I have a question for you, Detective.
Your Honor?
Why didn't you testify about this final piece of information the first time?
I know, I'm really embarrassed I forgot about it, Your Honor, sir.
Try to be more careful. Very well, the defense May begin the defense. May begin its cross-examination. Sorry, I have a cold. Okay, you don't have to read this again. On which hand was the bloody finger, detective?
The right hand.
She was right-handed.
Nice try.
Uh-oh. I guess it wasn't too hard to see what I was getting at here. Detective Gumshoe, do you get a lot of cases where the victim usually writes the killer's name?
Sure, it happens all the time in books and movies.
Sure, yeah, because that's real life. This isn't a movie, detective.
It's a game. Oof. Oof.
Let's talk about reality, shall we?
I guess I haven't heard of many cases. No.
Don't you find it a little odd that the victim would write down a name? Especially the name of her own sister?
Yeah, actually. You got a point, pal. Stop right there.
All I can see is
The witness's
memes.
opinion. The witness's opinion on the matter is irrelevant. The facts are clear. The victim wrote down the name of the accused. The victim told us the name of her killer.
Order! Order! That didn't go so well.
That's right. What he said.
That's his whole testimony. Okay, there has to be a contradiction in here, and there's somewhere. Let's find it. And did you find any evidence?
Now, don't jump the gun on me, pal. Just listen. I'm getting to the good part.
What the fuck? I got a bad feeling about this. Just because you found it next to the body doesn't mean that the victim wrote it.
Oh, then who wrote it? Smarty pants.
I'll have you know I'm wearing a skirt, actually. Who?
I
the
did.
killer. The killer? Anyone can see that.
Oh. You're saying the killer wrote her own name. Buddy, please.
She was framed.
Hold on. If that's the case, where's your evidence? I guess that was a bit of a tall order for you.
Wow. Calm down there.
Those without evidence shouldn't open their mouths, Mr. Wright. Yeah, pal.
Ugh.
Well, detective, tell us what was written on the memo you found.
Do you have proof it was Mia who wrote that?
Of course I do, pal.
Uh-oh, he sounded pretty confident. This might not be good. What kind of tests were these again?
Huh? What kind? Well, I hear they take little bits of the blood and the goblins, Goblin Bobbin. I refuse. I refuse to testify on this matter, pal. I'm no expert on blood tests.
Yes, that's quite queer. That's quite queer of you to say. That's very gay of you to say. That was quite clear. You may continue with your testimony.
Thanks, pal. I mean, Your Honor, sir. Detective Gumshoe. Yeah? I look forward to your next evaluation. As should you. Oh.
That was a mess.
Right. Where was I?
Okay. I'm so confused.
Ho. Then who wrote it, Mr. Smarty Pants?
Oh, we've already done this.
Okay.
I'm just going through them. It's the killer. Oh!
Forensics doesn't exist yet? Huh. Right there.
Detective Gumshoe, there's one thing I want you to clarify for me here. You say that the victim, Maya Fey, wrote this note. That she was accusing the defendant, Maya Fey. That's really what you're saying?
What? This isn't one of those lawyer tricks, now is it? Of course she wrote it. Who else could have?
You have it backwards, Detective.
Backwards?
The victim is the only person who absolutely could not have written it. This is the report from the department, Detective. Immediate death due to a blow from a blunt object. She died immediately.
But...
No butting. You're way out of this one, Detective. Order! Order! The defense has a point. Someone who died immediately wouldn't have had the time to write anything down.
Mr. Wright, I beg your pardon. Pardon. But when exactly did you obtain this autopsy report?
When? It was the day after the murder. The prosecution's point being...
That autopsy report is outdated, Your Honor.
What?
A second autopsy was performed yesterday at my request. Death was almost immediate due to the blow from the blunt object. But there is a possibility the victim lived for several minutes after the blow.
That doesn't make sense.
I received these results this morning.
No way!
Your Honor, it's quite easy to imagine that the victim did not have time to write Maya. Or did have time. That is all.
I see! Damn you, Edgeworth! I should have known it'd be something up your sleeve.
Why, Mr. Wright? You look shocked. Something you want to say?
Mr. Edgeworth, I've heard there's nothing you won't do to get your verdict. What reason could you possibly have to request a second autopsy report? Grabby, the defense will refrain from personal attacks on the prosecution.
No matter, Your Honor. Mr. Wright. Say what you will. The evidence in this report is undeniable. Your Honor, I submit this report to the court.
Understood. The court accepts the evidence.
Well, Your Honor, the evidence strongly suggests that the victim was identifying the killer.
I suppose that's the obvious conclusion, yes? Darn, this isn't good.
The prosecution would like to call its next witness. This poor, innocent girl saw the murder with her own eyes.
Let the witness, Miss April May, take the stand. Exactly what part of her is innocent? I got this one.
Witness, your name, please.
April May, at your service. Wink. Order? An introduction should not require any reaction from the crowd. I mean, she has tits, though. Hold on, I'm gonna remove my mustache for this one. The witness will refrain from wanton winking. Oh, yes, Your Honor. This is not good. She's already captured the heart of every man in this courtroom.
Tell us, where were you on the night of September 5th, when the murder occurred?
Gee, I was like in my hotel room. Tee-hee. I checked in right after lunch.
And this hotel is directly across from Fanco, law's office.
That's right, big boy. Please testify to the court about what you saw. It was like 9 at night, I looked out the window, you know? And then, oh, I saw a woman with long hair being attacked. The one attacking her was the mousy girl sitting in the defendant's chair. Then that woman, like, dodged to one side and ran away. But that girl, she caught up to her and she hit her. This is not the time for an electric chair. Oh my fucking god. Then the one with long hair, she kind of slumped. The end. That's all I saw. Every little bitsy witsy wink.
Well, Your Honor,
I see it is a remarkably solid testimony. I don't see a need to trouble the witness any. Wait, Your Honor. Yes, Grimmy? What about my cross-examination? I thought the witness's testimony just now was quite firm, didn't you?
Mr. Wright, I understand you were Miss Maya Fey's understudy, were you not? You must know her techniques. You must know her techniques well. Her cowardly way of finding tiny false in perfectly good testimonies.
Bro,
False.
she literally died. That's fucked up. Hey, how dare you? Well, Grimmy, will you cross-examine the witness? Yes, I'm doing it. I'll gladly proceed with the cross-examination. Only because I have a feeling Edgeworth doesn't want me to. She has to have some weakness. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. Why did you do that? Huh? Why? Like, why what? Why did you look out the window? Were you expecting to see something? Oh, well, gee. What? That's it? She can't get out of this question that easily. I sort of, you know. Okay, alright. I had a feeling. Well, I have a feeling she's trying to avoid the question. Maybe I should press a little harder on this one? Go for it. Let's see how far I can run with this. Surely you must have had a reason to look out the window at that time of night. Oh!
Mr. Wright, I will not have you badgering my witness.
Badgering?
You insist on needling her with these trivial questions. I really don't think it should be allowed.
Hey, what the fuck? Order! Grimmy, you have been warned. Poor girl. What about poor me?
You looked out the window. What did you see next?
How do you know she was the defendant? Huh? Well, you know, she had a girlish physique. Women know these things. Look, I just know, okay?
There was only one person at the scene of the crime with a short, girlish figure. The testimony is bulletproof, Your Honor.
He's right.
Is it?
But... Hold it a minute. That testimony stinks.
Like you. Dinky.
What? Miss May, I'm willing to bet that... You are telling the... Are you telling the truth? Did you really see the defendant? Grammy, what is the meaning of this? Yeah, what's the meaning? Somebody tell him because I'm clueless about this, I mean. Okay. If you had really witnessed my client, Maya Fey, you would have noticed her clothes before noticing her physique. No one wears clothes like this on a daily basis except her. And I'm no expert on fashion, but her hairdo is far from normal to me. Hello, thank you. However, the witness's testimony mentions neither of these things. The testimony is bogus. But... Still, we don't know if she was dressed that way at the night of the murder. She was, Your Honor. I saw her. And so did Detective Gumshoe. What do you say to that, Miss May? What are you trying to say? You mean lawyer? I saw what I saw. I just didn't think all the trifling little details were necessary, darling. Miss May, the court would like to remind you to please omit nothing in your testimony. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm not reading that. I promise. Your testimony again, if you would. Damn, I almost had her. I did see everything, I did! The victim, the woman, dodged the first attack and ran off to the right. Then the girl in the hippie clothes ran after her. Hippie? And she hit her with that weapon, I saw it, I did. That clock, it's kind of statue-y clock. The Thinker, I think? Well, does that accuracy of my report not startle you? Teehee? I see. I only wish you had been so detailed from the beginning. Please begin the cross-examination. A clock? Didn't this come in another testimony recently? Well, don't you look so sour, Mr. Lawyer. You can't win them all. No, but I have a feeling I'm on to something now. Oh, I already did this. Where did this weapon come from? She picked it up from the desk. I see. What sort of weapon was it? Miss May, what you said just now was quite revealing. Revealing? Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you, naughty lawyer?
God.
You just said that the statue of the Thinker was a clock. Well, there's no way of knowing that just by looking at it. Another person in much the same position as you recently called this a clock too. And he was found guilty of murder. Order, order. Miss May, can you explain how you know this is a clock? Oh,
The witness saw the murder with her own eyes. That's all that's important here. The defense is trying to confuse the issue with trivial concerns.
yes, Judge. Of course. You will withdraw your question, Grammy. These chips are delicious. But questions are all I have, Your Honor. And as you may recall, I've caught murderers with these questions before. Well, only once. Objection sustained. You may continue with your question to question the witness. Oh, that was a close one. If he stopped me there, the trial would be over. Huh? What? So? What happens now? What happens now is you answer my question. What? How did you know it was a clock? What? That's because I heard it. Yes, I heard it. I heard it say the time. So you've been to the law office of Faye & Co. No, hey, I didn't say that. Why would I go there? I heard it from my hotel room.
What? The law office of Faye & Co., where the murder took place, is very close to the hotel. She could have easily heard the clock. Not really.
Whoa. Grammy, are you satisfied? No, Your Honor. I can't give up now. I'm not satisfied because... Your Honor, members of the court, it is inconceivable that the clock in question rang. It's empty. The clock is missing its clockwork. How could you possibly just take a look right now? Oh! See anything interesting, Your Honor? It is as the defense says. This clock is missing its clockwork. It's quite empty. Grammy, would you care to explain to the court the meaning of this? It is as you can see. The clock was empty. It couldn't have rung. Therefore, this witness is a big fat liar. Fat? Well, Miss May?
Quite a show you've put on for us, Mr. Wright.
He knew the clock was empty? Somehow he knew.
I'm afraid you've forgotten one thing, however. Indeed, the clock is empty. As you say, it can't ring. However, we must ask, when was the clockwork removed? If it was after the witness heard the clock, then there was no contradiction.
That's true. That is a possibility. The clock might have been emptied after she heard it.
And that is exactly what happened, Your Honor.
Well, Grammy, can you prove when the clockwork was removed?
Impossible. Of course.
I have proof.
What?
Wasn't it you who told me proof is everything? Well, I was listening. And now I'll show you the proof you like so much. What do you say to that? What? I don't rightly understand. What's that supposed to mean? I don't rightly understand either.
Oh.
Uh-oh. I think I blew it. Remy, please refrain from flippant preparations of
Flippant?
evidence in the future. So sorry, Your Honor.
Maybe the phone? Ah, yeah, the phone.
Yep. Take a look at this. That's a very cute cell phone. I have one of my own. Oh, you have a girly phone. Wait. This isn't my phone. Listen. This is the defendant's cell phone, and it contains a recording. A recording of a conversation she had with the victim on the day of the murder. Order.
The defendant's cell phone? This wasn't brought to my attention.
Perhaps Detective Gumshoe overlooked it.
Good detective better remember he's up for evaluation soon.
Damn. I gotta say, I'm starting to feel bad for the big fella. Let's hear the conversation. Your Honor, I think that makes it clear the clockwork was already gone by the time this was recorded. Which was well before the witness even arrived to her hotel. Well, Miss May, would you care to explain this to the court? Because how did you know that weapon was a clock? Well, isn't it obvious? I saw that clock before. What store was that again? I got us so many. Oops, I forgot. So the witness had seen it before. That would make sense. Does the defendant have any objections? Yes. The witness claimed she had seen it before, but this directly contradicts a piece of evidence already submitted to this court. Well then, let's see it. Please produce the evidence that will provide... It's simple. This clock was never in any store ever. What? A friend of mine made that clock. Only 2 exist in the world. And the one that isn't here is in police custody. Impossible everything is sold in stores. Miss May, I think it's high time you went shopping for a better excuse. But I'm just fucking got him, dude! Oh, excuses not on sale today. Oh. Oh God.
Jesus.
What is it to you, porcupine head? Hey, leave my twin tails alone, God. That stupid clock doesn't matter, okay? She did it, and she should die for it. Die! Whoa! Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm putting the mustache back on. This is a court of law, and the witness will remain calm. Oh!
Jesus.
Oh. So silly me. Did I, like, lose it? I guess I did. So scary. Miss May, let me ask. Tell me, how did you know that weapon was a clock? Oh my god. She does
That
not like me.
face.
Oh dear. Does the defense have an opinion on this behavior? Okay, this is it. Yes, Your Honor, allow me to explain how I see the truth of this matter. Miss April May, you knew the weapon was a clock because... She didn't do it, though. You heard about it. The witness had never held the clock in her hand. However, she had heard that it was a clock. She heard? That is correct, Your Honor. There is no other way she could have known the thinker was a clock. And I can show you the proof. Well, this is interesting. Let's see it then. Show me the evidence provided that the witness had heard.
The wiretap?
Have a look at this. Ah! Oh! I found this in Miss May's room. Yes, I snoop around women's rooms. Grammy, please explain to the court what that is. Miss April May. You were tapping the victim, Miss Maya Faye's phone, were you not? Oh.
Your Honor, this is irrelevant.
I'm not entirely sure that it is. Objection overruled. These chips are delicious. It troubles me that our witness was in possession of a wiretap.
This is outrageous. Does the defendant truly claim that the witness was tapping her phone?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I also have chips.
Even if that was the case, which it's not, you still have to prove one thing. Did the victim ever say that the weapon was a clock on the phone? Can you prove that? I think not.
Oh yeah, I think I can. It's simple.
What?
Here's my proof. The proof's that the victim said on the phone that the weapon was a clock. Yes, we've seen that. Listen once more to the conversation between the defendant and the victim. Miss April May, you used a wiretap to listen to this conversation. That's how you knew the thinker was a clock. Am I wrong?
Your Honor, this is ridiculous.
Your Honor, look at the witness's face. Does she seem amused to you? The defense demands an answer. Witness, an answer. Oh my gosh, I need to drink water. Answer the question. Did you tap her phone? Miss May! Shut up, all of you. What gives you the right to talk to me like that, you liar? Yeah, what a great insult. It's no fair, all of you ganging up on me like that. Oh, isn't that it? Is that it? That did it. The court's seen the real Miss April May now. God fucking damn it, Jack. Now, the deal is the final blow. Why the wiretap? Why did you tap her phone? Answer the question. Do I have to? Isn't this a murder trial? Isn't trippity-tapping or irrelevant? Gosh, she's saying exactly what Edgeworth wants her to say. Miss May, you were tapping the victim's phone. I hardly call that irrelevant. While this court does not condone the defense's tone voice he had as a point. Well, Miss May, do you have an explanation for the court? Can you prove you have nothing to do with this murder, even though you tapped her phone? I'd like to see her pull that off. Mr. Lawyer, I saw that evil grin. You were probably thinking, I'd like to see her pull that. Damn, she's good. Well, you're not the first man who and of course, well, I can and will. You can't be serious. No way. Way. I say way. Oh, and I assure you, I'm serious, Mr. Lawyer. Huh. Okay, so the killing happened around 9 at 9, right? Why? That's just when I was getting home. Getting room service from the sweet bellboy. Room service. Iced coffee. I believe it was. Iced coffee, you know? The normal coffee, but cold. If you don't drink it quick, the ice melts, and then you have to have regular coffee. Iced coffee. Think I'm making it up? Ask the bellboy.
Ergo, the witness was not at the scene at the time of the murder.
So, where does that leave us?
It is my great displeasure to inform you that the witness appears to have been tapping the victim's telephone. However, this is a separate crime with no bearings on the current case whatsoever.
Huh.
Her testimony stands. She saw the defendant, Maya Fey, commit murder.
No, they're going to let her walk away? There's no way I can win this unless I tie Miss May to the murder somehow. Well, come on, think of something.
Because the bellboy said that he had a message.
Mm-hmm. The defense would like to call the hotel bellboy as a witness. There's something suspicious here, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I think you sunk in quite low enough already. That fucking hurts.
I object to calling the bellboy.
What? Why? What's your reason?
Because I hold that the wiretap had nothing to do with the killing. However, if you agree to one condition, I'll consent to calling this witness.
Condition?
If Miss April May's alibi is not called into question after you examine, Jesus, I can't read. After you examine the bellboy, then you will recognize that Miss April May was not the killer, thus she is innocent. And thereby you must also accept the verdict of guilty for Miss Maya Fey. That is my condition.
What? I'd better off find something suspicious in that bellboy's testimony. Otherwise, Maya will be declared guilty on the spot. What should I do? So he said that if I do find something guilty in him, then it's good, right?
Yes.
Alright, I've got nothing to lose except for, well, everything. Understood, I accept your condition.
fool. You fell right into my trap. You've
Uh-oh.
activated my trap card.
Wait. Very well. The court calls the hotel bellboy to the stand.
I believe we are ready for the witness to testify.
Okay, before we continue, I need to get more water, so I will be right back.
I probably should do the same.
I'm back, chat. Okay.
He certainly does look like a bellboy. Yes, sir? I received your summons in the middle of work, sir. I'm happy to be of service.
That's decent. It looks rather heavy. So without further ado, the witness may begin with his testimony.
Very good, sir. I am the head bellboy of the fine Great Water Hotel in the business of for four generations. I believe I received a call after 8 in the evening from our guest, Miss May. She asked for iced coffee to be brought to her at 9 on the dot, sir. I brought it to her at precisely the requested time, of course. And I delivered the I delivered the iced coffee to our guest, Miss May herself.
I see. The defendant may begin the cross-examination. Right. I'm ready, I hope. This is it? I can't prove Miss May was involved with the murder somehow. I will be finished. Let's see if I can do it.
I wonder if we can get him to say the message.
Yeah. Are you sure it was Miss May on the phone?
Absolutely, sir.
How can you be so certain?
I checked Miss May in the really. I checked Miss May in personally, sir. Not only did I see her in all her stunning radiance, but I also heard her voice.
Okay.
Then I saw them, and I... Them? The point being, I remembered her quite well, sir.
Yes, well, what then? Nine, on the dot, you say?
Yes, I confirmed the details several times. She was watching a program on TV, and I wished to drink after she finished, sir.
9, the time of the murder. Are you sure it was Miss April May herself?
Absolutely, sir.
Absolutely?
Yes, sir. As in, so very absolutely, sir. It's an endearing mannerism of mine.
How come you're so very certain?
Well, I brought the, brought the room service, sir. She, the guests, sir, favored me with, an embarrasser, sir.
Embarrasser?
It's French for kiss, sir, but not a French kiss, sir. More of a peck on the cheek.
What? Why would she have done that?
I believe perhaps she momentarily swayed by my prime demeanor, sir. Prim. It was a moment I shall never forget, sir.
Sounds pretty fishy to me. I think our Miss May was up to something and wanted the bellboy to remember her. It's no good. There's nothing there. Is that it?
Tisk tisk. Because it couldn't catch it. Finally, you understand. This bellboy has absolutely no reason to lie. Now, if you have any decency, you would end this rather tedious cross-examination here.
It was a bit tedious. The witness may leave the stand. I can't let this happen, can I? Well, wait! Please wait! Yes? Does the defense have something to add? One last question. Let me ask one last question.
Your Honor, I must object. This charade of justice has gone on long enough.
No, Mr. Edgeworth. All right, Grammy, I'll give you one more question, that's all. Okay. This is really it now. This is my last chance. What do I ask him about?
Oh,
So it was a man that killed the chief. By the way, he looked just like Miss May. Also, there were 2 wine glasses in the room when we arrived. Tell me about check-in. Tell me about when you checked in Miss May.
Oh, alright. Very well, sir. My first thought was she was a beautiful, beautiful person. She's just my type of girl. So I was...
I was
So
a
it was a
disappointment.
disappointment, really.
I
Damn.
see. Excuse me, what exactly was a disappointment?
Well, I'm not without charm, sir. But even I have a little chance. Even I have a little chance with her love there. With her lover there.
What did he say? What did you say?
Rather quiet.
Bellboy, tell us the truth now. Did Miss May check in with another person? Yeah, I knew it, I knew it!
Haha. I object. That was objectionable.
Objection overruled. The witness will answer the question.
Yes, I see.
Why did you not mention this in your testimony?
Well, sir, you, didn't ask.
Nice try. That's the sort of thing you're normally supposed to mention.
Yes. Quite indeed. It was the, good... barrister there.
Barrister?
Mr. Edgeworth.
That's weird.
Mr. Edgeworth. He asked me not to mention it if it wasn't specifically asked, sir.
So he's withholding information.
Oof. You fool!
I've done it! I've won! Miss April May checked into a twin room with a man. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Then, when you brought them room service, you didn't see that man in the room?
That's right, sir.
Your Honor, we have just learned of another person involved who may have been the murderer. In light of a new fact, I hold that it's impossible to judge the defendant. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth?
And who, Mr. Wright? Who is this other person?
We literally just talked about them. Simple. It was... the man who checked in with Miss May.
Oh.
Your Honor, as has been previously revealed, Miss April May was tapping the victim's phone. Yet Miss May herself has an alibi at the time of the murder. However, that does not clear the man that was with her. The bellboy saw no one else in the room at the time of the murder.
What a convenient little setup. But it's too late.
Too late? I suppose you'd like it if it was too late, wouldn't you? After all, it was you who hid the presence of the other man from the court.
Oof. Upstart. Amateur. These accusations are ludicrous.
Like the singer and hit rapper? Enough!
Luda.
The court acknowledges the defense's argument. I expect the prosecution and defense to look into this matter fully. Am I understood?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
That is all for today, for the trial of my affair. Court is adjourned. I can take off the mustache now. September 7, 2:24 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 1. Mr. Wright! I mean, Grammy! You were amazing in there. Really? I think I might be your newest fan. Hey, yo, sister of the girl I liked. Let's go. Oh, I was just doing my job, you know. Then again, that other attorney was pretty cool too. That face of his with his eyes wide and trembling lips. It sends shivers up my spine. If you say so. So what happens with me? Do I get to go home now? Well... No, I don't think so, not yet. Oh, I see. But I got a great lead, and I got a great lead in today's trial. A lead? That man with Miss May, he's the key. Oh, I get it. What happens to Miss May after that anyways? Oh, she is very pouty. I heard they arrested her. I guess she's learning her charms won't work everywhere. She's probably at that detention center now. May have to go down there later. Anyway, this case is far from closed. Yes, sir. I'm going to find out more about this man. Do you think he was the one who... Maybe so. Don't worry, I'll find him by tomorrow, I promise. I'm counting on you. I asked for a full record of Miss April's testimony. I thought it might come in handy during the trial tomorrow. But now I have it, I'm not so sure. Most of her testimony was all lies. In fact, there's only one part that hasn't been stricken from the record.
I numb.
And Nim, you're here!
Hi, sorry it took so long. I got called in for an
okay.
errand.
You're fine, you're fine. We just ended our second trial. Just to fill you in. The chief of our lawyer office has been murdered by a mysterious man who is with a pink-haired woman, who I, of course, did the voice of. The victim's sister was blamed as the murderer, but she's obviously innocent. The other attorney is holding information from us, and we're figuring out who this unknown man is while the pink girl is arrested. So yeah, now you're filled in. I don't know how much good this will do me. Not at all. Anyway, time to hit the pavement to do some investigating. Maya doesn't belong in that detention center, and it's up to me to set her free. I'm not in jail. So, Anna, I want you to do the voice of Miss Maya.
Who that?
It's a girl. She's the sister of the victim.
Oh.
And, I'll let you guys decide who wants to do the victim or the person on trial, like the witness, versus the other attorney. Because I'm also the judge. So I do Phoenix and I do the judge. September 7th, 3:11 p.m. Detention Center, Visitors Room. See, there she is. Well, hello! I didn't expect anyone to visit me in such a dank place like this. Dank?
Mick Dank?
Fatty?
Dank?
It's really quite moving. Not, you stinking lawyer. I hope you die. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Have you come to laugh? Yes, laugh at the fallen Miss May. No, not really. There's something I just wanted to ask. Can I be the voice? Yes, you can join. Okay. Wait, I don't know if you're in the charity server.
Hmm?
I'll send you an invite.
She isn't in a straitjacket. She needs to be in one. Yeah, but actually.
Get in here, lunk, 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 lunk,
Long.
lunk.
I invite you. Have you done enough questioning, you spiky head? Leave my twin tails alone. Here we go again. Please, you're scaring the security guard. Anyway, but I'm leaving soon. Okay. We don't want to hear her. We don't want her to reproduce. So, what is it you wish to ask me then, For starters, how did you get to be so totally whacked? About that man who stayed with you in your hotel room. Can you tell me more about him? Where is he? Come on. No way, Jones. No way, Jose.
Emmy.
I've been reading for 3 hours.
Understandable.
No way, Jose. Maybe if I had something to get her to talk. Hey, guess what? Actually, I really hate your guts. So get lost, because, well, I'm not cooperating. Thanks, I noticed. This guard monitors the visitor's room. He hasn't moved an inch. A real pro, this guy. Or maybe he just doesn't get to see a lot of women like Miss May in here. Smile for the camera. No clues here. September 7th. Gatewater Hotel. Room 303.
Welcome, sir.
I guess you've been doing it already, so.
Quite the performance today, if I dare say so myself.
Oh, thanks. Sorry for putting you on the spot like that.
No, not at all, sir. Your efforts today can only help the Gatewater's rep, as they say.
Huh? Rep?
Yes, our reputation will swell as the hotel where the murderer used a wiretap. We can charge a premium for the... Damn.
What the
We
fuck?
can charge a premium...
Dang.
We can charge a premium for the room, of course. It would be great for our business, sir.
Whoa, Miss May hasn't been charged with murder?
I too will become famous. The bellboy who brought the murderer iced coffee.
Why do I feel like we're both stuck in the same bad dream?
So, you are our honored guest. Please let me know if there's anything I can bring you.
I want the sugar cookies that's on the plate.
I wanted to ask you about the man who's with Miss May.
Yes. He struck me as a real...
Whoa! I mean, he fucking did, so, I mean, yeah.
I was not ready for that. He struck me as a real lady killer, if you'll pardon the expression. I knew it from the moment I saw him, sir. He and I are of the same ilk, both carry the scent of danger.
I don't think you carry a scent of danger at all.
I think that's tea.
There we are with the total agreement, Mr. Psycho Bellboy.
If you had a photo of them, excuse me. If you had a photo of the man, I'm quite sure I could identify him.
A photo? Say, why are you so angry? I mean, you don't look like a bad person. Oh, that does it. Bottom-feeding, scum-sucking lawyer. Bottom? I can't tell. Does she have a thing against lawyers or just against me? Why did you place a wiretap in Mia's phone? Oh, when did you say it? When you say it like that, it makes it sound so cold, so criminal. Tapping people's phones is a crime, Miss May. Oh, and I suppose you learned that in lawyer school, I think anybody knows that.
Any
Creep.
sane person would know that.
This woman is impossible to talk to. September 7th. Grossberg Law Office. Oh, looks like Grossberg is out today. Again. Maybe he's avoiding me for some reason. Oh wait, the painting's gone!
There's a picture on the desk.
Wait a second. Wasn't there a giant painting hanging on the wall before? Yeah, it was! A painting of... Fisherman. Wasn't it a... Wasn't very memorable painting, anyhow. Oh! There's the guy! A solid mahogany desk.
Mahogany.
The wood's been polished and to a deep luster.
But, oh, there it is.
What's this? Old photos? There are two lying here. Something's been written in pencil on the backs. DL6 Incident Exhibit A, DL6 Exhibit B. Let's take a look at these. A woman! I'm sure I've seen this person somewhere. Perhaps I'll borrow this photo. It's her mom! It's Maya's mom.
Oh shit.
Sure no one will miss just that one little photo. Might be a valuable clue, I'll take it for now. It's the killer!
Oh, Jesus.
A photo lies on the desk. Maybe I should switch it with... Yes. I think I'll swap them.
I'll go back to the bellboy.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, he's right there.
Jesus.
Take a look at this photo. That's him, detective.
That's him, detective.
Oh, it's you. Sorry. I'm the lawyer.
Oh, I know that.
Bubblegum looking ass! Oh my god.
I just wanted to say detective once. You know how it is.
Yeah, and I didn't even let you give you that. No, I don't.
Without a doubt, that is the man who checked in with Miss April May. June, July.
Yeah, that's exactly the...
How about I write a affidavit swearing that it's him?
Affidavit. This guy's way too excited about this. Well, sure, why not?
Yes. I've always wanted to write an affidavit, sir. From henceforth, I would be known as the bellboy who swore the affidavit.
Just hurry up and write it, please. Not even Miss May can play dumb with this. Holy shit, I have so much fucking stuff in my pockets. Could you tell me about this hotel?
Absolutely. On the subject, I have an excellent idea, sir. Currently, this hotel is known as the Gatewater. I propose that we add a subtitle.
A subtitle?
The Gatewater Hotel, Murderer Manor. Well, what do you think?
Sounds great. Or what's your tea set? About Miss May.
Oh, her? Sir, not to boast, but I knew the moment I saw her. She'd do it, I'd say. I say.
Me. She'd do me is what he actually said. Do what? I'm starting to think the most suspicious person here is this guy. You again? Can't you take a hint and go stay away? Hey, the only reason I'm back here is because you won't talk to me. Oh, so it's my fault now? You don't just have spiky hair, you also have a spiky heart. That does it. When this case is done, I'm shaving. Have a look at this. Look, I've said several times, I'm not telling you. Where did you? Aha, reaction. This is him, isn't it? Can I shave her head off?
The eye twitch.
What? Who? When? Why? It is him. This is the man who stayed in your hotel room the night of the murder. No, that's not right. Nice try, Miss Cooperative. Do you have proof that was him? Yeah, proof. Show me proof. I'm so close. The affidavit.
Hey, yo.
Could you have a look at this? What's that? The bellboy's affidavit. It tells us everything he saw, such as the man you checked in with, who is most definitely this guy. Now I'm getting somewhere. This is it. All or nothing. Time to do a little bluff. No use in playing dumb. If indeed that's an act. If you don't talk, I'm taking all this info to the press. What? Even though he shouldn't have been witness to a murder your little friend was missing. I'm sure the press would have a field day with his reputation. Oh, fine, I'll talk. You win, lawyer. Yes! Man, it felt good. It's great to be alive. Why are you pumping your fist into the air? Now, tell me about the man you were with. That man, he's my boss. Red, white. Oh my god, these fucking names. The president of the information gathering conglomerate Blue Corp. Red, white, information gathering. Well, I suppose you could call it a detective agency. So this was the man that was with you the night of the murder. I'm scared to talk. I don't want to end up like her. You motherfucker. It's okay. It's okay. I'll just ask Mr. White himself. Can you tell me where Blue Corp is located? Mr. Red White. At last! Finally, a lead on this guy. If April May couldn't have done it, that leaves him. Time to take action.
Discarded.
Because you gave me
Blue
information.
Corp.
Ah, he sold the painting to him, I see.
So they were talking.
September 7. Blue Corp Inc. CEO's office. What's with the surreal decor? Annam?
Annam?
Huh? Oh, give me a second. I'm gonna drink some water.
Okay.
But, bye. I don't know how to do this, but can I see what he looks like before I do a voice?
He's the
Or-
pink-haired one.
Is it the pink-haired guy?
Bubblegum.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's a guy. I know how I'm gonna voice him.
Pom.
Oh no. What
Uh-oh.
You know what I'm gonna do, Emmy?
Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm gonna do to this guy?
Uh-oh.
Your name? What's your name?
Perfect.
Hee I was just inquirably asking the title that you go by.
Lynn, Grammy, Lynn, inquirably?
Mr. Right, I see. Right. I see. What? Splendifery.
Splendiferous.
I wish I could do a Pops voice. That would also be funny for this. Perhaps I've intimidated you with my giantesque vocabulary.
What
You know who else
is
has a
this
giant
guy's
vocabulary?
problem?
My mom. I'm Red White, CEO Corp. You know, corporate expansion official.
I see, we're in
Ding.
America. Red, white, blue corp.
Red, White, Blue Corp.
Red, white, blue.
Red, White, Blue. My business dealings bring me into contact with the elite of the elite.
Yeah, I bet they do.
So I'm afraid I'm not used to conversing with the wordly challenged.
Bruh. What a fruitcake.
I feel like I'm gonna throw up
Bye.
looking at him, and the muscle man ain't doing any favors.
Let me guess. You're an attorney fresh out of law school, are you not? That's the only explanation for why you would come to meet me like this.
What does he mean by that?
What do you mean by that? No matter. So what business does a mighty lawyer have with a man such as myself?
Yipes. This guy's arrogance meter is off the scale. On the night of the murder, you Were you in April May's hotel room?
Who can say? I seldom pay attention to mundane details such as time and place. My motto is don't worry, be happy.
Still, Mr. White. Or should I say, Muscle Man! The hotel boy has stated on the record that he does remember you very clearly.
You want to know who else remembers me? No matter. Nobody can say what he pleases. I still won't talk to you. You want me to speak? Put me on the witness stand. Although I doubt you'd be capable of doing that.
Bruh. He raises a good question, actually. Why didn't the prosecution call him as a witness? He should have seen the same thing as April May.
The police and the courts? To me, they are mere toys, playthings for my amusement.
What kind of company is Blue Corp anyway?
Excellent question. We buy and sell various kinds of information. We are a company of the future. You might say we are the future.
Sell information?
In just 10 years, I built this office. I built this business up into the grand office you see now. In case you were wondering, Blue Corp was named after the color blue.
You don't say.
Nah.
Want to know who else is blue? I, Red White of Blue Corp, as founder and CEO, named it so. And why, you ask? Because I like the color blue, of course. Let me take a big sippy. Bah, big sippy. Fantabulistic, is it not?
Miss May is an employee of Blue Corp, is she not?
Correct, she was my secretariat. What a shock it was to hear what she's done.
What she has done? You mean the wiretap?
Indeed, she's a pain to answer phones. Tapping them is not in your description. She does gather information for us as part of her duties. But I assure you, we do not condone illegal methods. Now, Bixby, it is ineffable that she would do this.
Sounds like he's trying to turn Miss May into a scapegoat. There's something that's been bothering me.
Yes, what might that be?
That big painting on the wall over there. When did you get it? Say, when did you get that painting?
No idea. I forgot.
I've seen that painting before. Yesterday, in fact. Why do I find that painting here today?
Mr. Wrong, was it?
Lynn.
It appears you do not fully grasp your position here. I ask again, who are you?
A lawyer.
No, my feeble friend, a mere lawyer.
Bruh.
Nothing. Zilch. Zippo. Nada. Just like that sorry excuse for an attorney. Grody burger. Hamburger.
What? Did you just hit me? He punched me. He did.
Damn.
I just got beat to death by Muscle Man.
Well, Mr. Lawyer, what will you do, eh? Charge me with assault? He has rings on all his fingers,
Yeah,
too.
he does, yeah.
Charge away. I welcome it. For it is you who will be found guilty.
What?
Heed my exposition. The police, the courts, they all do my bidding.
So you say. But I wonder, is that kind of control really possible? Yes.
Huh.
Yes. I don't expect you to understand. It is a world beyond your comprehension. Compensation. You came here from Grody Burgers, I presume.
Mr. Grossberg's, yes.
Then you must ask him. Why is that this why is it that this painting of his hangs here? Perhaps then he will tell you. Perhaps you explain how a man could live life purely for personal profit. Go now, skedaddle. There's nothing more to discuss.
An impressive lineup of trophies. Judges, special runner-up, best participation, judges cooperation award, special good try prize. The words judges and special kind of stand out. You probably strong-armed them into giving him something. What the fuck is his desk? I'm guessing this is supposed to be a desk? My, this is quite the thing.
What the fuck?
Is they gay? Does
Yes,
Bruno
they
Mars
gay.
is gay? His painting was
Bruno
until
Mars is
yesterday
gay.
hanging in Mr. Grossberg's office. Why does White have it now? Not hard to imagine a few possibilities. Statue of man holding up the world. The blue corpse sign certainly stands out enough. The model for this man is, of course, Mr. White. He's real egotistical.
Mr. White. Walter.
Ain't no way.
Say my
Hold up,
name.
I gotta put on my mustache.
Say mine.
Huh? I don't think he's noticing me standing here. Maybe I should clear my throat. Ahem. Oh, you!
Jump scare, Jehovah's.
What's wrong? You look so pensive, like an old man. Oh wait, that's me. What's wrong? You look so pensive, like an old man at the end of his days. I'm no senile yet. I was just thinking about this whole mess. Something's really bothering him. That much is clear. So you came to see the trial? Yes, I did. Something was bothering me all last night. You see, couldn't get a wink of sleep. Really? What was that? Well, you see, it's just Mia's sister, that poor girl. My boy, I owe you my thanks truly. I don't know what I would have done if things had gone poorly for that girl. I asked before, but why did you refuse her request in her defense? I think I have a right to know. A right? Grammy? No, I'm sorry. It's just, I need more time to think about it, my boy. He does seem troubled about something. Starting to have a feeling I know what it is. So I paid Blue Corp a visit. Oh, I see. Mr. Grossberg. I have to admit, something has been bothering me. Oh, what is it? Well, out with it, my boy. You see, it's just... Mr. Grossberg, sir. There was a giant painting hanging right there the other day, was there not? The one you said you had no intention of parting with? Well, I saw it today. It was in the CEO's office of Blue Corp Red White office. So you noticed? I suppose I should have guessed you would. It is a large painting. Mr. Grossberg, I know you and Mr. White are connected somehow. Connected, you say? Yes, and I know what it is.
You're lovers.
You're lovers.
It's not something I can claim to understand. But you and Mr. White are lovers, aren't you? What? My boy! You sent that painting to him as a sign of undying love. But, my boy, please, you're letting your fantasies run away with you. Where did you get these bizarre ideas? I don't understand how you could. That's because we're not, don't be ridiculous. Enough. I'll swallow my pride and tell you all.
It worked.
I knew it, they are lovers. No, we're not lovers. Red White is a man who makes his living through intimidation. I got intimidated to be by his side for eternity, to death do us part. Blue Corp is a company that excels in finding people's weaknesses, and I'm afraid he found mine that I am a very big homosexual, and I mean in size. I've been paying them for 15 years to keep them quiet about this situation. 15 years? All because of the DL6 incident. As you may have guessed, the name on the back of those photographs. As you suspected, I could not stand in defense of Maya because of this. White would have destroyed me if I did. So that's the connection. But they are still gay. Is it hard for me to tell you this? It's hard for me to tell you this, my boy. But arresting Red White will be nigh on impossible. Impossible? Why? He has information on everyone. It gives him an iron grip because he's a raging homosexual. Grimmy's universe is really crazy right now. He owns judges, attorneys, prosecutors, police, and politicians, and this dick. What? They are bound, unable to do harm to themselves and therefore to him. Don't look at me like that. What you see is nothing more than the weight of many years and many... You know what, never mind. You're too young to know about this information. What is the DL6 incident? DL6 is nothing more than the sorting code the police gave us. The case. It was 15 years ago now. I received a request from a medium. A spirit medium. A medium? Her name was Misty Faye. I can't with these names. Mia, Maya, and Misty is the two daughters and mother.
Mamma Mia?
Faye! Indeed! That is Maya's mother. The victim is Maya. The younger sister, Mia, is the victim. Miss Maya is on trial, and Misty is the mother from 15 years ago.
Okay.
She had been investigating a murder on the bequest of the police, and she failed. As a result, the police called her a fraud. This is what Maya was talking about the other day. I did all I could do for her, and in the end, cleared her of wrongdoing. That murder case, however, remains unsolved to this day. That case is the DL6 incident. But why were you blackmailed over this, Mr. Grossberg? The DL6 incident was top secret at the time. It made sense. The police didn't want people to know they were using a medium. They couldn't let people know. But one person found out. I told him. You told White? He offered me riches. It is an embarrassment to me now. Because I talked, the police were mocked far and wide. In secret, they began looking for the one who sold them out. Of course, White heard about it, and he came to me. Only this time, the offer was blackmail. And he kept the secret of PP and gay for so long.
PP and gay.
I see. White controls the law of this country as he sees fit. And my penis. Yet if you would still challenge him... No! My IQ is lowered! Have a close look at Maya's office. Maya's office? She followed his every move for years. She may have recorded something if what she found. It's funny, looking at this room, it seems so normal. Hard to imagine a murder took place here. No. Oh, yay! Mr. Grossberg said there would be clues. Maybe I should have another look. Maya's favorite potted plant. I guess I'll have to water it now. Maya's desk. Perfectly clean as always. The only thing it's missing is Mia.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
All the cases the chief ever worked on are filed here. They're in alphabetical order. Let's take a look. Which file should I look at? Let's see if there's a record. Let's see if there's a record in this file that catches my eye. ABF Misty Faye. That's Mia and Maya's mother. Should I take a look? Thank you. Oh, I forgot to remove my mustache. Oh shit. Sorry, I have it for the judge. Let's see, I'll just... The record stops there. So Mia knew Grossberg. Yes, because they were former colleagues. Of course they did. Let's see, J through S. Nothing much in here. Maybe I'll just skim some of this? Oh, I mean, well, no harm in flipping through a bit, I guess. Biggest part here is that it ends in S? Suicide, ew. Wait, why is that ew? Collection of suicide reports. There's politicians, policemen. They're not suicides, they're murders. There's writing on most of these in pencil. White? This is in Mia's handwriting. Wait, I get it. Mia thought he was involved in these suicides. White drove them all to... I can use these newspaper clippings! Let's find one... Let's find the most disturbing... Phoenix. What the fuck? Are you ready? Oh! Anim!
Huh?
It's Muscle Man time!
Aren't you persistent?
Soldier boy.
Sorry, but there's something I have to ask you. Also, thank you again for cranking that Soldier Boy.
Mr. Lawyer? I really hate having to repeat myself. But it seems the message has not yet penetrated your thick skull. Stop bothering me. You try my patience further. I fear a nasty accident may occur.
I really hate that it's Muscle Man's voice. Being fucking threatened by a man who high-fives a ghost.
Yes. Do I make myself clear?
Transparent. This is the only clue that Mia left me. I'd better make this one count. Mr. White, see this? It's an article describing a suicide of a politician. He is embezzling secret government funds. Then one day, word got leaked to the press. The very next day, he took his own life.
And this concerns me, how?
I found this article in Mia's office.
Miss Mia?
She had a file filled with articles like this. Every one of them was labeled with a single word. White. And I don't think it's because of their skin color. Mr. White, you know what you did to this politician. You blackmailed him. You were blackmailing him.
Blackmail?
Not just him either. You were threatening the
And coerce.
and coercing hundreds of others. You were involved in all of these suicide cases that Mia investigated. This company was built on blackmail. I'm right, aren't I?
What a bizarre accusation. Mr. Rom.
Zippy.
What is it that you should be doing now? Investigating me? No. I think not.
I can't see the end of the horizon.
You should be searching for the one who killed Miss Mia.
It's you!
Mr. Ron will be leaving now.
Wait a second! Mr. White! You're right. You're absolutely right! I should be looking for the killer now. And actually, I've done better. I found him! He's sitting right in front of me.
Just what are you insinuating?
Mia was onto you. She was keeping tabs. For this reason, you had April May tapping her phone. Then, Mia was murdered and all the documents about you mysteriously disappeared. So, the culprit would be... Even a child could work it out, Mr. White. You did it.
We won't be needing an escort for Mr. Wrong. Instead, please connect me to the public prosecutor's office.
Uh-oh.
Hello, Chief Prosecutor? I've changed my mind. I want to testify tomorrow. The VFA case, I witnessed the murder, you see? And thus, as a very important witness, I would like to testify. I'm not even gonna try to say that. I told you I changed my mind, didn't I? Quietude?
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
Oh, and one other thing. Send the police over here right away.
Ah!
That man is standing right in front of me. He looks dazed, but could be violent. Are you even listening? The executioner, the hatchet-man, the liquidator, the killer, man.
What?
Chief Prosecutor. I do not believe you're in a position to freely offer your opinion to me, correct? I'm telling you to send the police now! Did I not tell you, Mr. Wrong? You are a mere lawyer. I as was Miss Mia.
How dare you!
I point the finger at you, and you will be tried as Miss Mia's killer. Oh my goodness.
It's me.
Long.
It's,
I'm here to be
It's
the
fun.
voice for the voiceless. These
No.
fucking pixels.
the voice of the voiceless.
Let's fucking go.
The
Go,
case is
Muscle
as good as settled. No lawyer of any words will defend you.
No.
Yes. I have friends in the local lawyers association, you see. You'll be given a lawyer so stupendously inept that they make even you look competent.
Bruh. I feel faint.
I've seen this first.
Go, Link.
What's up?
Detective Gumshoe.
Me?
Yeah.
You're
Detective Gumshoe reporting for duty, sir. Ah, butts, hairy butts. Right. Oh wait, no, that's you.
Lynn, actually, Grammy Lynn, and my friend's name is Larry.
Oh right. Sorry, pal. Butts was that murderer, right?
Oh, he was innocent.
Sorry, what was that? I can't hear you. I lost my hearing aids at the crime scene.
And you?
Detective Gumshoe. I present to you the man who killed Miss Mia Fey.
What?
Take this despicable human being into custody. Farewell, Mr. Wrong.
It's really funny and also stupid. I love this goddamn game. I need you to know, this is one of my favorite games
Really?
ever.
Can you
And
believe
I've
that I'm
seen
playing
this
it for the first
case
time today?
6 billion times because I love watching people play it.
Hmm.
And I never watch them because it's always this case somehow.
I'm gonna be playing through the whole trilogy because I own it all.
Yes! Fuck yeah.
September 8th, 3:37 p.m. Detention Center Visitors Room. I can't believe it's only been a day since the first trial. My trial began tomorrow. White's going to set a trap for me. And the prosecution will be in on it. Of course, Edgeworth included. An attorney was assigned to me by the state yesterday. I refused. I had no idea.
You had an idea.
I did have an idea. I had one, actually. Only one. Grammy.
Aw.
Oh,
Anim
Maya.
isn't Maya anymore.
Great, they let you out of detention. Just now, yes. It's all thanks to you. Now I'm afraid we've switched places. It doesn't look like it, though. It looks like the same.
Yeah.
I think that's just how it looks. They refused to make another background for this.
They could have just like
What?
got rid of the guard and camera.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
think there has to be a guard to like witness everything.
What, you
you're
mean
saying.
you?
Oh, fair enough.
I explained what had happened to Maya. I don't believe it. How many people does that man need to destroy before he's satisfied? My mother, my sister, and now you. This has gone too far. Grammy, please tell me, is there anything I can do? Well...
Defend me in court.
Help me break out of here.
No, I don't think that's the one. I'm not sure. Follow your heart.
I mean, he is a lawyer, so I mean, just
Yeah, she is like what, a child? A teen, at least?
Cheer me on. Well, you could cheer me. You could cheer for me in court. Cheer for you? You mean like a cheerleader? Yeah, like that. All right, leave it to me. I better get a uniform and go and get some pom-poms.
Cute.
Wait. What? I'm kidding. It was a joke. No way.
You were so serious.
No, really, I was kidding, but thanks. It's good to know you're on my side. And there really isn't anything you can do for me anyway. But I can't just sit here and do nothing. I've got to give that man a piece of my mind. Just a piece? Okay. Then come to the trial tomorrow. Oh, okay. I'll be there. I'll show them a thing or two. Times may change, yet with crime, it's the same old story. In fact, it's gotten worse. Lengthy court proceedings and are no longer realistic. Beginning a few years ago, a limit of 3 days was put on initial court trial. Almost all finished in a day, most with a guilty verdict. I never thought I would end up in the defendant's chair myself for this case. With a true culprit appearing as a star witness. This is it. Tomorrow, it's me or him. Me or Muscle Man. Gremmy versus Muscle Man.
Grammy versus Muscle Man. Oh.
Microphone. Okay.
Microphone.
I need to. It was not working. I need to go back from real quick. Right.
Okay. Does everybody have water, just to make sure?
Probably should get more.
Yeah.
I should also get more. I'm gonna do another be right back and I'm gonna get more water. I'll be quick. I'm back.
I was going through the ads that I get sent in the mail, and I got one for Subway. You remember when $5 used to be $5?
Yeah.
Now they're $6.99, and that's with a coupon. So
the
imagine
fuck?
if they're actually in the real store without a coupon.
September 9, 9:52 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1.
Okay, I'll keep that.
Well, I guess this is it. Yeah.
This is low.
One way or another, this case gets decided today. Ah!
It is true.
Gremmy, look!
Ooh, I kind of fuck with like the funky music.
Prosecutor Edgeworth. Case?
I can read it for him while if he's gone.
Aw.
Oh,
Ah! Alive?
Alright, sorry. I'm back.
let's go.
I received a call from the chief prosecutor's office yesterday. I was told whatever Mr. White says today, it would be the absolute truth. No matter how you try to attack his testimony. If I raise an objection, I have it on good faith that the judge will listen to me.
What does White have to have? What? What does White have the judge in his pocket too? So you're saying I'm going to be guilty, end of story.
I will do anything to get my verdict, Mr. White. Anything.
Why? Why? How can you torment an innocent person like this?
Innocent? How can we know that? The guilty will always lie to avoid being found out. There's no other way to tell who's guilty and who's innocent. All I can hope to do is get
That's not justice,
every defendant
dog.
declared guilty.
This
Okay.
fucking guy.
Listen, Dollar Store Leon Scannity, I don't want to hear it from you.
Leon Kennedy came after this, I think. Not sure.
I knew
actually.
Leon first.
That's fair.
So I make that my policy.
Edgeworth, the represented trauma gay.
Real. Look, he's wearing
Edgeworth.
a cravat. Of course he's a repressed gay.
You've changed. They were lovers.
They definitely have something going on. I'm just gonna say it.
You know him?
Don't expect any special treatment, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Grammy. Well, court will be starting soon. What? But wait. Your defense attorney isn't even here yet. They're not. I'll be defending myself. Finish the game so we can watch the anime. There's an anime? How did I not know?
I heard about one, but I actually never knew if there actually was one or not.
What? Okay, let's do this. I didn't know.
I could get a large 2-topping pizza for $8.99. That's not
September
bad.
9, 10 a.m.
That's
Court
a blast pizza.
District Courtroom number 1. Oh, I have to put on my mustache. Hold up.
Ah, mustache time.
Court is now in session for the trial of Gremmy Lid.
The prosecutor is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Gremmy, are you sure you're up to doing this? Yes, Your Honor, I will be defending myself. Understood. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please.
As the details of the event are already quite clear to the court. Today we will hear the testimony of a witness to the defendant's crime.
I see. The prosecution may call its witness. That went far too smoothly. Why didn't the judge ask Edgeworth why his witness didn't testify before? It's like he already knows why. If anyone's going to raise an objection about this, suppose it's me. Mr. Edgeworth, you owe an explanation to the court. Why didn't this witness testify to the trial against Maya Fey?
I'm ever so sorry. Mr. Wright is a busy man, and besides, at the time, I thought that Miss May's opinion was all that would be needed. Again, my sincerest apology to the court.
Excellent, Mr. Edgeworth. I appreciate your demeanor.
Not being a giga cunt.
Great.
I say that?
He gets to show off, and I get nowhere.
I would like to call Mr. Red White to the stand.
Mr. American Flag.
Yeah, actually.
This is the most American a character could be.
Please state your full name. Uh-oh.
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 Well, Link, do your best muscle, man.
Do you wish to know the title of my personage? Is that good?
Yes.
It's pretty good.
Sparkle, sparkle.
Your name?
Yes, that is what I said. I don't know if I can do Muscle Man. I've never heard Muscle Man. Oh dear,
Oh,
my
dear.
locution's confused.
There it goes. Doing good. Name!
These two are great together.
My name is Red White. My friends call me Blanco Nino.
Oh?
I'm the CEO, or to use a more common term, the president of Blue Corp.
Do you know the victim, Miss Maya Fey? It's Maya Fey.
That would be a negatory. No, I did not. I feel like I'm cosplaying a character I've never seen.
You're doing great. You're doing great, King. Keep it up.
Hold on. You know who else is put on murder trial? My mom. Okay, I can do it. I'm just gonna think, my mom.
You were at Gatewater Hotel the night of the murder,
Correct.
and you witnessed the murder from there.
I'll tell you what you already know.
Very well, Mr. White. You may begin your testimony. If I can't rip this guy's testimony apart, I'm done for. Why do I always feel like it's the end of the world and I'm the last man standing?
I hope you've made your peace with God, Mr. Lawyer. Jeez.
That's a threatening line.
And
And,
Yeah, please take over. I can't do Muscle Man.
Alrighty, I hope you've made your peace with God, Mr. Lawyer.
See, that's what it's supposed to sound like.
would you like to do Maya then?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phoenix. I'm a 6-year-old girl. I don't know how old she is.
Let's see, it was about 9 o'clock, I believe. I was quietly perusifying, or just reading to you some papers by the window. And I hear a bedlam coming from outside. Surprised, I turned to look at the building across the way. And that's when I saw him, a spiky-haired man attacking a woman with long hair. Needless to say, that man was none other than you, Mr. Lawyer. I called Miss May over at once. She too was flabbergasted, of course. The victim, she ran away, but you gave chase.
I like the fucking light on her tits.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Finally, there was a terrible impaction. Then it was all over.
If things are occurred, as you testify, then I'm afraid the defendant is guilty. Very well, defendant. Grebby. Your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, you don't have to read again, because you've already read it. Only when it's in white.
This is just going over to slap shit at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bellum. And him.
Oh, it must have been when you attacked, I assume.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry. We see. Continue.
Oh, hold up. Be right back.
Uh-oh.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hi.
What was Miss May doing at that time?
She had just finished watching a soap opera on the TV and was weeping openly.
Openly.
Did you know she had been taping the Fae off his phone?
Irrelevant. That has nothing to do with the case at hand.
I think it does.
I care not. I will answer the lawyer's bold inquiry. Miss May was acting alone when she tapped the phone of this Fae woman.
You'd make a good politician, Mr. White.
Ooh. I know. After all, I am El Presidente.
Please continue. Can you be a little more detailed about that? I think it's worth knowing exactly what happened. Yeah, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. The BattleNet just popped up in the screen for some reason. Of course, comprende. I understand. The victim was attacked by you and ran to the left.
Oh,
Ah, you gave chase and struck her down.
oh, sorry. I was
Are you
getting
sure?
investing.
As you know, I am always absolutely perfect.
Perhaps you could change your testimony to reflect this new detail. Are you sure about that?
How many times must I say it? I'm absolutely perfect. End of story.
How many times must I hear that? Link.
Phoenix! Wasn't something about that strike you was a little odd?
Present.
Wait right there. Mr. White, you've dug your own grave.
What is this?
You said the victim ran to the left, but that directly contradicts Miss May's testimony. She clearly stated that the victim ran right.
Oh, it is simple. You have misheard her.
I think not. Look at the floor plans. The killer was here, and the victim here. The victim ran to the left, as you claim she did. She would have been running directly away from the door. She would have been running into a dead end. Don't you find that odd?
Very strange. I did see her run to the left. I did.
Like,
Felix, look at his face. I don't think he's lying about this one. Why do I sound like
True.
Tails?
I don't know, but I support it.
All right, Maya's Tails.
Maybe he really did see the victim run left. So he did witness the killing. Wait a second. Grammy? Yes, Your Honor. Miss May says right, but Mr. White says left. Can you explain this contradiction to the court?
Both.
Both witnesses are telling the truth, for once.
I doubt it. Rather, that does not clear up the contradiction.
There is one scenario that would explain their conflicting accounts.
What?
Obviously, the witness was not viewing the crime from the hotel. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Uh-oh, hold on. I'm gonna have to... oh, hold on. I'll be right back. I may have made a mess.
Oh no.
Entertain chat for a moment.
So,
There-
Chad,
there's
My mom.
come to this spot. This spot
Hi.
specifically.
Only this spot, actually.
Only this spot. At this exact time.
Only this spot. Yes.
Sometimes I show up here. Depends on the time and the day. So, no. So to answer your question, no.
No.
But it's going pretty good so far.
How about the Mets, huh?
We love the Mets.
Love the Mets.
It's all about the Mets. We
I'm
love the
doing
Mets. Let's
makeup
go
for
Mets.
no apparent reason, which I think is the best way to do it.
For like the past like few days, my throat's been fucking killing me. And I've had a slight cough. My fucking throat is sore.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
That is not the Empire
Welcome
State
back.
Building. That is the entire state of California.
It's the entire state building.
I'm back.
Uh,
I spilled
Hi.
water by accident. It's okay though. We're
Oh
good.
no, that's not good.
That's no
That is
good.
uh-oh, I think.
Grimmy, what do you mean by this?
yes. What do you mean? He was not viewing the crime from the hotel? If he wasn't in the hotel, where could he have been?
In the law office of Faye and Co., of course. More specifically, he was standing here. Time to show the court where Mr. White was standing. This is where he was. Look. The victim ran for the door, if he was watching from this point, to him it would appear that she ran left.
Please.
Oh.
This is no time for jokes and ill taste. That is where the killer was standing.
Order! I will have order! I will have order! Anyone disturbing the court of this courtroom, order of this courtroom, will be held contempt! Grummy, what are you suggesting?
You think I'm suggesting old fart?
Rapscallion!
Oh. The postulations of the defense are a distortion of the truth, Your Honor.
Oh,
Jesus Christ, big words hurt brain.
Shadow Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Graveyard family. You're coming. How are you doing today? Indeed, they do seem a bit far-fetched. Adam.
Huh. Hi. Okay. Need to take a big water drink. My throat.
Make you wonder.
You provided us so much entertainment, Mr. Lawyer.
What now? He's laughing. Well...
The hilarity of the moment made me remember something. It appears I've been unclear, and for this I apologize. Mr. Your Honor, might I be allowed to testify once more?
Very well. Let's hear your revised testimony.
This is such a sham of a courtroom proceeding.
Good luck.
Yeah.
You can't fix a
Just
broken
to be
testimony,
real.
buddy.
I walked into the door and I saw him murdering.
Ms. May's testimony was correct, as was mine. When you assaulted the girls, you first ran to the left. And then you hit her savagely. This is what I saw. Next, with the last of her strength, she ran to the right. You chased her and delivered the final blow. This is what Miss May saw. You see? You hit her twice.
But she died on impact.
Ooh. Don't you remember, Mr. Lawyer?
That does seem to make sense, because I am senile and have been up here for 1,000 millennia. Or,
I've lived so many lives.
I have lived many lives. I have been isekai to this very chair. Will you be cross-examining the witness testimony? You bet I will. I mean, yes, Your Honor.
Fucking obviously, Your Honor. Dumbass.
What do you mean, next? Next is what? Oh, that's you.
Next is what comes after first.
I know that.
And that's all you need to know, Mr. Lawyer. As I said, she turned and made a desperate dash to the right.
Stop saying it was me.
sparkles at you.
But it was you.
Ew, fucking loser.
Mr. Wright, if you could claim that it was not you, show us proof.
Oh, I can do nothing right. Nothing.
May I continue?
Maybe. I don't know. Can you?
I think if you present the what was it, the autopsy or the yeah.
Yeah, the autopsy. Mr. White. The victim died from a single blow. What do you have to say to that? Now's my chance to hit him where it counts. Mr. White, wasn't it you who told this court that you were so positively perfect?
I will refrain from using this phrase from now on.
Your Honor, if you could ask the witness for a new testimony.
The witness is obviously confused, Your Honor. I would like to request a 10-minute break.
Yes, quite. The witness is confused because he's lying. I empathetically request that there be no break, Your Honor.
The courtroom goes crazy.
We want justice, don't let him get away.
Very well. If the witness would care to revise his testimony. The crowd's on my side, no slipping out of this one. This one now, White. Mr. White?
Okay. Well, see, I looked at the other window when I heard that thing fall.
What other window?
In the next moment, I saw Mia run to the left. The killer, you attacked her, but she dodged. And then she turned and ran for the door. Then you did her in with a single blow. Thwap. Oh?
Thwap indeed.
Wow.
Well.
What
You
ass
may begin
pussy?
the cross-examination.
Mr. Your Honor. My stomach, you see, it is hurting.
See, I ate too many chicken nuggets in my stomach.
Yum.
Mr. Your Honor.
Deal with it. This is almost
shit
over.
on.
Okay, no need to read again. You heard that thing fall? What exactly was that thing?
Huh? Oh, that? The glass light stand.
Nobody mentioned a glass light stand. Right, the one that had fallen over at the scene.
Phoenix! Doesn't something about that strike you as odd?
Yes.
Says
Yeah,
Tails.
that is odd. I'll press further. Mr. White,
Huh? What?
you're saying you saw the glass light stand.
Yes.
Then change your testimony to reflect that.
Sorry, my bad.
My
The
tummy
witness
is
will
hurting
revise
really
his testimony.
A third time.
Okay, of course. Now,
Now, kick him in his balls!
Miss Mia. Mr. White, did you know the victim personally?
No, triple no. How would I? How could I?
I see nothing odd with the witness knowing the name of the victim. Grammy, I will not have you harrying the witness.
You're looking a little flustered there, Case.
Damn. We're getting personal now.
Before you said that, you said that she was hit before she ran.
Yes, I must have been confused. But don't worry, we all know what happened and how.
What did you do then?
I gave chase, of course. The killer, I mean, he gave chase. Objection.
Grammy, please try to... Or Mr. White.
Remy! No, I'm not the killer!
It's... Mr. White, please try to remain calm.
Mr. White, chill the fuck out.
God, Mr. White and Mr. Wright are
I
too
know!
fucking close. Grammy, here's only trying to fluster you with baseless accusations.
Oh, right. Thank you, Miles. Miles per hour?
You should sound like Tails.
The glass stand was lying on the floor. That was the first I've heard of this. Why didn't you tell us about that stand before?
Why? Me? Well, I was instructed not to. Wait! One moment. Give me a minute to gather my thoughts. I'm so confused.
White's falling apart. Guys.
Not badgering if he's fucking losing his shit, dog. That's
Your
just
Honor,
life,
please, I ask that you do not allow the witness to be badgering any further.
Grammy! Please refrain from badgering the witness! Yes, Your Honor. Edgeworth
Fucking
is
sure
on the
pops.
ropes. Very well, the witness may continue his account.
Present broken.
Oh,
You have evidence.
Mr. White. It was impossible. I read that as imposter at first. It was impossible for you to have seen the light stand. The stand broke into pieces when it fell.
Oof.
Just by seeing the broken pieces, you would have no idea it was a light stand. So tell me exactly when it was. When was it that you saw the stand? Answer the question.
Is it obvious? I saw the stand before it fell over.
But how? So you saw the stand before the victim was attacked then?
Correct. That would be no problemo, right? Big
Big problemo.
Big problemo.
There's a
Is
big
it-
problemo or problem here.
What problem is this?
Mr. White, let me make sure I have this straight. You saw the glass light stand through the window from the hotel before the incident occurred?
Correct. That is so. It's conclusive, definitive, undeniable, unimpeachable.
No, it's impossible. You couldn't have seen the stand. What? Why couldn't he? You have proof?
Yeah,
Sure,
bitch,
I
I
sure
do.
do, Your Honor. A person in the hotel could not have seen the stand before it fell over. Look at this. These are the floor plans to the scene of the murder, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Correct, Your Honor. Now look. If you were looking through the window at the office, this is the area you would be able to see. Here. Well? Note that the stand is not within the visible area. Well, Mr. White? What do you have to say to that?
Ridiculosity.
Mr. White, if you were in the Gatewater Hotel as you claim, you could not have seen the stand before it fell over. In fact, you wouldn't have been able to see it after it fell either. There's no way you could have recognized the broken shards as a glass light stand. So, when did you see the stand, Mr. White? It must have been the moment that it fell. And the only place you could have seen that from is inside the Fey Law offices. In other words, you were at the scene of the crime when the murder took place.
It's not going through.
Give it your best guy.
I'm just gonna hit it with the.
Mr. White? Mr. White,
Sobbing, crying, throwing up.
you did it, didn't you?
Is this dude alright?
Mr. Your Honor. I miss Mia.
We all miss Mia.
We all miss Mia.
Looks like we're about to get our verdict.
That's far enough, Grimmy.
What? I forgot about Edgeworth.
Mr. White. I think the time has come. Shouldn't you confess your crime now?
What?
I said you should confess your crime. Ergo, confess that you've placed the wiretap.
I hate these
this
people.
shit.
Itch.
The wiretap. Order, order. Mr. Edgeworth, explain to the court what you mean by this.
Distinguished members of the court. Mr. White is slightly confused. Allow me to explain.
I really don't like the way this is headed.
As you know, Mr. White is the CEO of Blue Corp. He orders the secretary, Miss April May, to tap the law office of Miss Faye.
What does that have to do?
Your Honor, the question is, when was the wiretap placed in the office? And by who?
No, you wouldn't!
Mr. White. In order to place the wiretap, you entered Miss Faye's office. Am I correct?
Correct. You are most correct, Miles.
Purple! Hi, Purple! Come in!
Purple!
Here, we're gonna move, the wish.
Mike!
Mike! I'm a lawyer!
Airman.
That's not good.
No, no, I'm. You know what?
Uh-huh.
Never mind.
Okay.
Damn. Came into
Give
the
me a
call
break!
swinging.
Which case is this?
This is case case is right here, actually.
I'm here.
Yeah, and then the case is there, but which one is this in the game?
Oh, this is the death of Mia, the chief.
Oh, is this case 1 still? Okay, turnabout.
Well, technically case 2, but yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm case 1.
Yeah, you're case 1.
There can only be one.
And him.
What? Yes, in order to place the wiretap, I breached the Fang & Co. law offices. This is when I saw that accursed light stand.
He looks like Fatty from behind.
If he was pink.
Now, I'm confused. Please explain to the court what all this means, Mr. Edgeworth.
Gladly, Your Honor. Miss Grammy has made a position quite clear. Her position
That's
quite
fuckered
clear.
up.
She has determined that Mr. White knew the glass stand was in the office. She has shown that there was only one time Mr. White could have seen the stand. At the very moment of the murder. Thus, Grammy would be like you to believe that Mr. White was the murderer.
I see.
However, in the fact that Mr. White had been in the office well before the murder took place, when he went to place the wiretap, could have seen the glass light stand then. Ergo, Grammy's theory is revealed for the baseless conjuncture it is.
Mr. White, you will testify to the court about this wiretapping? I fucking hate this guy.
Leave it to me.
I feel faint.
It was the beginning of September, the week before the murder. I had entered the Fang & Co. law offices. Of course, I had done so to place the wiretap. That is when I saw this glass light stand.
So, you saw the stand before the night of the incident? And this is how you were able to identify that it has fallen over by the sound? That doesn't add up.
Correct. That is right.
I see. Very well. Remy, you may cross-examine. What am I supposed to do now? Link.
Wonk.
Good luck, Phoenix.
Sorry, my mic was muted and I didn't even fucking realize it.
You're fine.
Oh, there's blood. Okay.
Oh no.
I'm fine.
Do you have proof?
Do you have fruit? Miss April May knew the details of Miss Faye's phone conversation. This proves that the wiretap was placed before the murder.
Right. Was it really you that went into the office? Or was it Miss May?
Unidentified fingerprints several days old were found in the Faye & Co. law offices.
Fucking identify them, dog. You're a police officer.
Those were obviously Mr. White's.
Welcome home, Stabby. Are you in the charity server?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I will invite Stabby. I'll make you and Link supporters. And if I know Edgeworth, he's already run a check on those prints.
Now, Mr. White, tell us why you went to the Faye & Co. law office.
Why did you tap Mia's phone?
This has no bearing on the current case, Your Honor.
It kind of does.
Yeah. Stabby!
Yummy.
And
Blue Corp is a detective agency of sorts. We have a responsibility to protect client confidentiality. See.
oh, you're so quiet for me.
Hello.
Hold up.
I don't know why my mic keeps not wanting to be connected to my computer. Whenever it goes eep. Yes, I am here for login. Login, good. So good.
Wait, if the killer was trying to frame Maya, like, after, like, this came up, why would the blood be, or sorry, the blood, or Maya's name written in blood? Like, why would the, that be used?
Because originally it was the because we found Maya next to Mia in Mia's office, and before Mia died, she was still a little bit alive and could write the killer's name.
But then if that was true,
It
why
wasn't
is he
because she
now
died
saying
on
that's-
impact. So it's immediately bogus.
It's because this is a game that is making like kind of like fun of the
Japanese.
Japanese
Court system,
legal
yeah.
system.
okay.
You are guilty until proven innocent.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is all satire.
Yeah, it's satire.
The only way to win is to literally point it out in black and white without any misconceptions that
Yeah.
you are not guilty. That's the entire point of the game.
Yeah.
Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does? I don't see anything contradictory. Huh? Really? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations. Grabby, what the fuck?
Damn.
Yeah, Grammy.
Brutal.
That didn't go so well.
Damn. He remembers at the very beginning of September.
So it wasn't Christmas yet.
Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas!
No shit, Phoenix, we got that.
To be fair, wasn't that...
Why did you notice something
know.
as
Innocuous.
innocuous? I knew that.
Huh?
You were testing us.
As yeah. As a light stand.
Okay.
Nightstand was made entirely out of glass. It was quite stylish, so I guess it made a lasting impression on me. Such a beauticious thing deserves attention, does it not? That is all.
Damn it! There's nothing there for me to press on him. Oh
Damn.
well, maybe he's rattled enough that I can bluff something out of him?
When did he say he placed the wiretap?
Beginning of September.
I'm
Is
running
that-
out of ammo.
When I'm afraid that's as far as you go, Grammy.
No!
The time has come for you to admit your defeat. You fought honorably.
No more. I can't take this anymore. Grammy? Are you giving up? Yes, Your Honor.
What? Phoenix! Phoenix, over here!
I know that
That's fucking
voice.
I know that.
Mia! Oh. Oh.
Never give up, Phoenix.
I'm so sad now.
One last time, you get to see her. One last time.
Mommy.
Mommy?
Mommy.
Wait, where am I? Heaven? Grandma, is that you? The waiting lobby. What happened? Oh, right. I lost the trial. I was hallucinating.
Finally awake.
Finally awake.
You're finally awake.
You were trying to cross the border, right?
Stabby, would you like to be Mia?
Oh, what did I use for my Mia voice? Hold on, I've voiced this game so many times. Okay, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, you're finally awake.
Yeah, baby.
The game from crash.
Hey, Phoenix, wake the fuck up.
Wake up,
Jack?
Nick.
What kind of pronunciation is that? That's no way to greet an old friend. Phoenix, I want you to look at me.
Okay. I can do
Grimmy's
that.
like, yes, ma'am.
Whoa,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yo.
You're... Maya.
Didn't you know the Fae women have strong psychic powers? I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
I
that
think
was
I'm feeling
elaborate.
the effects.
Bow.
You accepted your defeat in court. You know, like a pansy. It appears that it was enough of a shock to awaken Maya's true powers. Well, given that she would have been executed if she was given a guilty verdict or something.
So Maya is channeling you, Mia.
That's right. I am Maya, but I'm also Mia, and these clothes definitely don't fit, and my eyes are up here.
Don't think about it too hard.
Yeah, I was looking at them the whole time, obviously.
Now, I want you to listen to me, Phoenix. This is my
Uh-huh.
very serious face.
Yeah.
Maya never gave up, and you can't either. Because if you do, I will haunt you for the rest of your fucking life.
Thank God.
That's what I came here to tell you.
Thank
Not
goodness.
in a fun way.
In a fun way. Got it.
Not in a fun way.
In a fun way.
Get this shit done, Phoenix.
Get your ass back up, Phoenix.
But
Get back up, Phoenix. We don't have much time, Phoenix. Now listen. You've got work to do, Samurai. You've already won.
what game am I in anyway?
You have that receipt, as I said, with a capital R because it is extremely important, in your court record, right?
Yeah, I think so. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, the one you wrote, Maya on.
Phoenix, right? White wrote that, not me, obviously.
So what do I do with
Bitch.
it?
Did you ever think about flipping the goddamn fucking thing over?
No, because I'm illiterate.
Well, no, because the
The-
DS technology at this time did not have a 3D
Flip.
screen for you
The
to flip it over.
front?
Still.
It's a regular receipt. No shit.
I ad-lib a lot of the lines, can you tell?
Yeah.
For mac and cheese.
Looks like it's from a famous department store. 1,000! Wow, big spender. Item. Glass light stand. Date of purchase. September 4! September 4.
That's right, Phoenix. Because of time is a linear concept, I bought that stand the day before I was killed.
Whoa.
Now, what did Mr. White say in his testimony? We're going to have a flashback now.
Ah. He said he saw the stand on the week before the murder.
There you go. I think the court is about to reconvene, and by God, are you lucky you got out of that because you passed out. Go do it, Phoenix. You know you're innocent. Now you just have to prove it to these idiots in the courtroom.
Right.
And that
That's
one
my
gay
game.
man
Face
that
the
you've
planet.
been fighting with, seriously, please go ask him out. For God's sake, I can tell from here and I'm dead.
Just be gay, Phoenix. It's fine.
September 9, 1:16 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 1. Court will now reconvene with the trial of Mr. Grabby. Is the defendant rather... Are you all right, Grabby? Yeah, sorry, Your Honor. I'm fine now. Then let's start where we left off.
Your Honor, there's nothing to go back to. The cross-examination of Mr. White is finished. All that is required now is for you to pass judgment on the defendant, Grammy.
No! Guilt negations. Oh, I mean,
What?
Your Honor.
Hold on. There we go.
Shinji, crank that, soldier boy.
That was not the time to crank Soldier Boys. Please give me one more chance. I promise you, this is the last time I'll ask.
In this case specifically.
No, this is the third time an electric chair has been brought into the courtroom. God damn it.
Not again. This isn't America. They don't do the electric chair in the courtroom.
Hmm.
No, they do that in the jail.
They do it
But-
later.
As Mr. Edgeworth has noted, the trial is more or less finished. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an opinion on this matter?
I say, let us give Mr. Grammy his last chance.
Very well. You may begin your cross-examination.
Get his ass. No, hold on. Never mind.
Look
forgot that lets you do 2
closely
parts.
at this. See the word Maya written in blood?
You're grasping.
I don't even have straws.
Bitch, I can't grasp the concept. What the fuck are you talking about?
I think not. Look at the other side of the receipt.
The
What
other
the
side.
fuck? It's a real receipt?
There's another side to this piece of paper?
The fuck?
Your Honor,
What the fuck?
I would like to tell the court that I have finally learned how to read and comprehend English as a
I have
language.
learned how to flip over a 3D object.
Well, a glass light stand on the date of purchase. Why, that's the day before the murder. You see, Mr. White, when you allegedly entered Faye and Co. law offices at the beginning of September, the stand could not have been there.
Thank you, Anna.
Well, Mr. White, can't get out of this one, can you? Oh my fucking god, chat, calm the fuck down.
Shinji, crank that, soldier boy.
That's definitely a word that he knows.
No,
Sure
it's impossible.
Uh-oh, he's losing it. Well, Your Honor, I understand there must be quite a bit of pressure on you. Under pressure. And I think you'll agree, you can't judge me guilty under these circumstances.
Damn, you're right.
Very well. Then, that is all for the trial of...
I hate his stupid fucking face.
What do you mean? That's
Not so
Leon
fast,
Skennedy.
Grammy.
No, it's not. I hate it as the little tap on the side of his head. I'm like,
Link,
bastard,
Link,
you're wearing a
Link,
cravat.
are you aware of the story TM? Do you know
of the game? Yeah.
the whole game?
Yes.
Nothing but the game?
Yes.
All
I know.
6 of them? 7?
6?
Actually?
Not
You've
all
lost
7
the
games,
game.
but I do know.
No,
the, like,
fuck!
basics.
Oh, god damn it, stupid purple! Ugh.
I know. Don't worry.
Okay,
What? No,
so,
wait.
you know,
Can
I'm
you
making
worm his
eyebrow
way out of this
gestures at
one?
you.
Oh wait, I forgot. It's
No.
Edgeworth.
I'm also eyebrowing back at you.
Yeah.
There's a certain thread of logic to the defendant's claim. However, there is no concrete proof that Grammy is innocent.
I am innocent, and fuck you!
Well, not for looking at them titties here,
There you go.
alright?
Hey,
Got huge
that's
ergo,
my kohai.
unironically.
That's my Fortnite kohai.
Yeah!
I would like to request one more day before Grammy is granted his freedom.
Yes, I have a mustache. I am man now.
I need time to make one more inquiry into this matter.
Another inquiry. This isn't going to be another one of those updated autopsy reports. This guy just makes up evidence as he pleases. This is bad.
Objection.
Yeah, alright, I guess.
Mr. White's guilt is obvious. There's no need to prolong this trial any further. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Edgeworth? If anyone's gonna call Mr. White to trial, it would be me, the prosecution.
Liz! Can we get a shout out for Liz Kid Wiz, please?
Yippee.
I need a date to ascertain whether these new claims have been based on factual evidence.
Go follow Liz right now, an amazing artist. Believe me.
Yes!
I see. Objection denied. What? The completion of the trial for Grammy will be postponed until tomorrow. There's no telling what will happen if I can't end this now. Edgeworth is sure to come up with or just make up something.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to make an important phone call.
Okay. And after Mia showed up to help me and all.
Stupid fucking Sparkle.
Hate a Sparkle. Thinks he's a fucking train conductor from goddamn Thomas Tank
Mr.
Engine.
Your Honor,
There you
may I go home?
No. Of course, thank you for your time. Gah! Oh, she's still
The witness will stay.
Speaking of
Damn.
Will, thank you so much with Prime.
Okay, back.
Oh my god, you're so nice. Enjoy your emotes.
Will. Will
There's a
number
lot
2.
of good ones. Enjoy your
Will number
pyramid
2.
spin and your the new ball spin.
Balls.
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 Balls?
Balls.
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 Mia,
Phoenix.
it's Grammy.
Read this note out loud.
Mia, what's this?
Sorry, I'm getting used to your new name. Trust me.
Your Honor, if I may. You're quite persistent today, Grammy. You bet I am. My life is riding on this one. I have something I would like to read to the court. Because I can do that.
Slam poetry.
It's this fucking clock. Don't you think it's neat?
The memo Mia had given me was a list of names. Many of them sounded strangely familiar. People in finance, famous celebrities. That's when it happened.
Stop! Desist! Halt! Please stop! Make him stop! How did you get that list?
Mr. White, you're fucked. Admit your guilt right
Bend
here,
over,
right now,
loser.
or else. This is not a threat I can make in court because I'm dead. You can't hold me accountable. Or else I will release this list to the press. That is exactly what that text box said.
He does look like Fatty from the back.
He does, doesn't he?
I confess, I did it. I hit her. I hit Miss Mia with the thinker.
She thonked real hard.
Case closed, Your Honor. Mic drop.
Don't drop Mike.
Nobody
Well,
can drop
I
mic.
see no reason to continue this trial. Grammy? Yes, Your Honor. You've done it again. That's quite a spirited defense. Yeah, Your Honor, I guess you're right.
It's not like my
I guess
life
you
was
can say
riding the
that.
line or anything.
Well, you knew how spirited it was. Well, this court finds the defense, rather, the defendant, Grammy, not guilty.
And then everybody throws
You did
confetti because
it!
fucking
all
they got
go
cups of
home.
confetti in the
That
room.
is all. The court is
Isn't it
adjourned.
canonically Gumshoe who throws the confetti?
I think so.
September
Title.
9, 224, 2:24 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby, number 1. Nathaniel.
Huh?
Mia? Who's Mia?
Me.
Stabby.
Sorry, I was muted. Fuck. I said that line twice, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Oh, wait
a second.
Well, now that this idiot who's doing my voice can actually be heard, I never thought I'd be saying this again. But congratulations, you're lucky I was born a fae.
I'm lucky I had both you and Maya on my side.
I'm glad you made it. Thank you, Gremlin. That's what we're calling you now, right?
Yeah, something like that. Grammy Lynn is canonically my name.
You risked a lot to help me and Maya. I won't forget it for as long as I live.
Which
Get
isn't
it?
long at all.
As long as you
Get it?
live.
Joke. I live on in your heart. My time here's running out, unfortunately. This was only a 3-hour free trial.
Huh.
Maya's powers are still weak.
Damn.
I can't stay here that long. Also, these clothes itch.
What? No, there's so much time to stay. I mean, to say I met for you, me,
Don't worry.
Me, you.
I'm sure we'll meet
coffee, dinner,
again. In the
a
afterlife.
drink.
I mean, what? Mommy Mia, don't go.
Chief.
Mommy Mia, there she goes again. I'm not the chief anymore. That would be you. Grammy. Can you come to the office tonight, say 9? I will not specify AM or PM. I am
Okay,
afraid.
I'll be
I am
late.
extra-
Well, it says tonight.
She did say tonight, so it would imply PM.
The office?
I'll see you later. Wink.
Chief, Mia, Bobby, no!
Ooh, spooky ghost noises.
September 9, 9:02 p.m. Faye & Co.
2 minutes
law
late.
office.
Hey, 2 minutes late, see?
Begin here. It's hard not to think about that night. I always do.
Okay.
Mia.
The box, you opened it.
I was kind of worried you might
You
not.
might not.
Huh, of course. I always do.
Well then.
I know exactly who this is, but
I don't know who it is.
now you know who it is.
Yep.
Wait, I think I know.
It's
Is it Larry?
Mia?
Mia.
Maya.
Should see your face.
Mia?
What are you talking about? It's me, Maya.
Maya.
What? Did I look like my sister?
I'm surprised your clothes aren't stretched out. Look
You're
like you
magic.
were.
Don't fucking worry about it. I might be able to use that.
Hey, yo.
Oh, Phoenix, go to the store and buy me lunch, would you?
Maya, why are you here?
Because of this. See? Mia wrote me a letter. Take care of Phoenix for me.
Take care.
She means the office. This office.
She named the
Someone
Phoenix. She
has to
named the
help
office
with the new
Phoenix.
Right & Co. law offices, right? And who better but me, Maya Faye, reporting for duty. Wait, no, on second thought, let's make this casual. Yo, Nick, Maya here, ready to get down to business.
What?
Kirby's face is perfect. Kirby's just like, what the
Yo,
fuck is happening?
You don't mind me calling you Nick, do you? It's a great name. Mia said that's what your friend Larry calls you.
I love Larry.
Larry's fucking great.
You know what that means? We're partners.
Nah, I'm sorry. I liked your sister more.
Everyone does. What are you talking about? You see her? Oh my god.
Just
You
wait
know-
until just wait till Grammy gets to the second game with you know who Link.
At all?
You know who.
You know, when I think about it, it is Maya's fault. I'm here now. But if it wasn't for her, I'd probably be in jail. Right in co-law offices. It's got a good ring to it. Right. Thanks, Maya.
It's just like the his fucking face is so good.
Oops.
So good.
Damn. I'm gonna be sad now.
We'll never see those again.
You will never see her again.
Never ever.
Right. Okay, Nick, let's do it.
Huh? What? Huh?
Burgers,
Wow,
dummy.
wow.
Burgers.
I'm not into... You know what? Never mind.
Burgers, obviously. There's a great burger joint just down the street. Come on, time's a-wasting.
They also sell ramen for some reason.
Oh, okay. Wait.
The localization for this is fucking weird. They
Yo,
just
Joey
could have said
Donuts.
noodles.
It got
Whoa,
better. It got
ramen.
better as time came on. As time
I
went
know.
on, it just
I think it's funny.
Okay. We
Yo.
are going...
Yes!
My favorites.
I'm gonna have to stop stream here.
That's fair.
Next time.
I'm also
fair.
gonna have to disappear.
I love the Silver
Rise.
Samurai because the music's so good.
Steel
Samurai.
Steel Samurai? Yeah, let's go.
The fucking
It has almost been 6 hours.
Yes, lies. Oh,
Even
no,
though I'm
visual
almost
novel.
done with the game, I will continue next week. I will
You are-
finish
You are-
game
you're
1,
not.
and I will
You are
continue
not.
game... I'm not?
calm down.
Nope.
Well, I guess I'll
There's like
continue
s-
next week.
There's like 6 cases at least.
Well, no. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You have the next case, and then you have a case after that, and then I think you have 3 more cases, and then there's the bonus DLC case, and they all progressively get longer.
How many cases do you know?
Okay, Stabby knows the entire story.
No, I know everything up to Apollo Justice. I haven't played the 2 games after Apollo Justice because I was going to save them for streaming off of a modified 3DS, and I waited so long that they just came out on the Switch, and I said, stream them off my fucking 3DS.
Well,
We are gonna go to the
How's that?
ending screen. So thank you all for joining me today, and thank you
for
all that
having
came
us,
after. I'm
Timothy.
sorry you weren't here earlier, but that's all right.
Yeah.
I'll do it next week.
I think I figured out why I was so quiet. My mic volume was all the way down for some reason.
Well, there you
Oh, they
go.
can hear you
I'll
fine.
do
There we
it.
go. Yay!
But we are going to raid out, and yeah, who is live? We'll check that
Is
out.
Bald Man live?
So,
Okay, but not me. Bald man? Oh, Repose. I thought Fatty. He could be. Mm-hmm. I've seen a lot of Ace Attorney memes though. No, that sounds really funny. Okay, just give me one moment. I'm gonna deafen. Okay, chat, we're gonna see who's live and we're gonna raid out. Let's see. A lot of people. Oh my gosh. We're gonna send everyone over to R and Jesus, who is playing Kingdom Hearts, Dream Drop. So have fun over there. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. What am I doing tomorrow? I am... Let's see. Tomorrow I'm playing Nightingale, but that might change depending. So just keep in mind. And I will see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful night or morning, and I'll see you later. Goodbye!